The heat really is on. The days of snooker being a winter sport are well in the past. This is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, staging the first World Ranking Tournament of the 2026-27 season. And on a day when temperature records in the UK are under serious threat, the players will need to keep their cool in more ways than one. A very good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
This is what's coming your way on both tables today. Table 2 hosts Group 25, where top seed Jackson Page will be looking to stave off the challenge of Long Ziwang, our team Zhuzhen and Ashley Hugill. All of the play over there can be viewed on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for Table 1 and Group 10, that features two heavy scorers from China, Zhang Jun and top seed Zhang Anda. Also involved, Scotland's Ross Muir and Yorkshireman Daniel Womersley, who takes part in the opening match against Zhang. I'm Phil Yates. Joining me in commentary for this one is Stephen Hallworth. So without further ado, let's get this potting party started.
First frame, Zhananda to break.
Daniel Womersley, relatively high in the Q School Order of Merit, so that's why he's in the tournament. Zhang Anda, relatively high in the actual rankings, well number 20, so he's a big favourite to win this match, but that doesn't do him any favours. Just a really esoteric point here, Stephen. The way he broke off there and almost potted the blue. Back in the day, I think it was the early 80s, the BBC titles for snooker featured John Spencer breaking off, and he did exactly that. And the white hit the blue and it went in off. Oh, sorry, the white hit the blue and the blue went in. And that was on the titles. And you think, why didn't they redo it?
Maybe they thought it was a trick shot. It's actually pretty hard to do, you know, hit the blue and pot it in the corner pocket. If you tried, you'd never get it.
Well, you're the best person to speak to about Zhang Anda. You've had recent experience of taking him on and beating him as well in the Wuhan qualifiers, 5-4, needing a snooker in the decider, I believe.
Yeah, I've been itching to mention that, Phil. Thank you for bringing it up. No, it was a great game actually to be involved in. We both really went at it from ball one. He had two wins over me last season. Actually, we played in round 1 of the Wuhan last year as well, and yeah, he beat me there. He beat me out at the World Open in China as well. So, no, he is such a classy player, Zhang Anda, and I think his technique is absolutely perfectly suited for these conditions. And when you watch him up close and you're playing against him in the arena at, you know, at his very best, it's quite mesmerising. He's very hard to beat. So yeah, to get that win against him and in the manner in which I did, it's got to be up there with one of my best ever wins actually.
Zhang's best is as good as anyone's best, because when he finds himself in the groove, he hardly seems to miss.
Yeah, and that's what, you know, part of the reason why I think he's so mesmerising, because you look at how he sets himself up technically, very, very little can go wrong, and you know he's got this lovely touch in amongst the balls where he never ever overhits, and he's always so close to his next ball. His cue ball control is spot on. But for me, his temperament is one of his biggest assets. You get very, very little from Zhang Anda, and that's hard to play against.
always remember commentating with Stephen Hendry on a match involving Zhang, and he made an observation that was absolutely right and I never really thought of before. When he's at the top of his game, he doesn't just pot he doesn't pot everything, he pots everything in the middle of the pockets. He's one of the most accurate players. Of course, he has very bad off days as well. Some of those have come at the crucible in recent years.
26.
But his best is very good indeed. It's world class.
Yeah, just going back to the match we played last week here, actually, in the Mattioli, the final round of Wuhan qualifying, there was a moment in the decider where I felt, when watching Zhang Anda at the table, I felt his composure just dropped for a split second. So there's 2 reds left on the table. He pots the second to last red and just played on the pink. The final red was in the middle of the table. He never really gave any thought to the position he was playing for on the pink. It made getting to the final red, you know, really tough. And if he pots the red, he wins the match. And you know, you don't often see that from Zhang. His composure is usually second to none, but that was something that certainly gave me a new lease of life in that decider to go chasing for that snooker. Of course, very early stages of the campaign, so we're going to see a lot more from him, obviously.
Yeah, as I said, world number 20, but undoubtedly has the potential to regain a top 16 berth. Now, that's something you don't see very often from Zhang, the old left-handed shot, but it was so straightforward. I think anyone could have potted that.
I think even you'd have potted that, Phil.
Don't exaggerate.
41.
Yes, it's been a good start, hasn't it, as most of the top players do. Hit the ground running, first frame. Make a telling contribution straight off the bat. And in this format, this is so key, you know. I experienced it yesterday.
46.
I lost every first frame in every match I played. And, you know, straight away, to get the win, having lost the first frame, you've got to win the remaining 3, and you just bang under
47.
pressure straight off. So Zhang Anda doing well here, trying to get this first frame on the board, set the tone. And he's looking very sharp.
Now, that was a slight positional misjudgment. It worked out okay in the end, but that's not what he actually intended. He did qualify for the China Open earlier this month. He beat first Ross Muir, then Daniel Wells, 6-2, 6-4 respectively. And he has got a busy summer because he's in the Shanghai Masters field. He plays Jack Lazowski in the first round there. And then shortly afterwards, the China Open, he takes on Zhao Xintong.
60.
So although you beat him, Stephen, it's not been a bad start to the campaign for him.
No, that's a match to look forward to in the China Open, isn't it, against Zhao Xintong, a repeat of last year's World Grand Prix final, which was, well, it was a tremendous standard, wasn't it?
61.
So just looking for one more red now, and he's got, well, options. Play for the red at the back of that little quartet. And that's going to be the first frame done and dusted in quick time.
57.
Very much like Ding Junhui in the fact that he's a master at cue ball control, although on that occasion he's on the incorrect side of the blue. At least he had enough angle to swoop around off 3 cushions and get back into prime.
72. Three.
And this is what Henry was saying. If you notice all of these pots, they're all very clean.
$80. $81.
Well, a good example there of just how reactive these cloths are. He was low on that black. It seemed unlikely he could screw past the left side of the pink from where he was, but that's what's happened.
No century, but a very good start indeed.
Another 88 in the frame.
Daniel Womersley might have come back to the table there, knocked in a few balls to get acclimatised. Instead, he remains in his chair, he concedes, and Zhang Anda draws first blood impressively. So last night, if you weren't with us, one of our group winners, the winner of the group on table 1 actually yesterday, Chang Bingyu, scored heavily. I said then Chang was through with a bang, and here Zhang is starting with a bang. That was very convincing indeed.
Yeah, I kind of hope Zhang Anda absolutely flies today, Phil, because then it will make my win against him last week look even better. But yeah, Chang Bingyu was so impressive yesterday, wasn't he? He's a player that is absolutely on the rise. You know, he's going to be a serious contender in some big events over the next few years, you feel.
Yeah, we've had 4 group winners thus far. 2 of them from China, Zhu Se and Chang Bingyu. And you look at this group and you have to say a Chinese winner must be favourite, because not only Zhang Anda taking part, but also Zhang Jun, who we saw last year make a whole series of big breaks. Something of a maverick, Zhang Jun. He plays a very different kind of game.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch him today. What are we going to get from him? That's going to be the exciting thing to look forward to. He is a character.
So in the heat of yesterday, every time I went from the commentary box to other parts of the venue, I passed the practice tables, and Daniel Womersley was on them. But he didn't have much table time in the first frame.
Yeah, of course, Daniel Womersley is in this event through his results and performances at the Q School. Didn't get through the Q School to get onto the tour, but playing here as a top-up. So, as you say, he's number 7 on that list. So, there's a chance he'll play in a few World Snooker Tour events this season, you would think. But he's got the added bonus of being able to compete on the secondary tour, which is the Q Tour, which is a tour that's growing all the time. So, it could be a lot of snooker for Daniel Womersley to play this season, which is a good thing. Hails from a hotbed of snooker talent in Leeds. Plays at the Northern Snooker Centre, where a number of professional players are based, so you know he's got a lot of good match practice available. day to date. Been knocking on the door as well, hasn't he, Phil, for a lot of years now, Daniel Womersley. Never been on the professional circuit, but he's been a top-up for a number of years. He's had a lot of experience.
Yeah, played in this event on several occasions. He will get in the shootout, there's no doubt about that. And he will play in a few other events as well. Not a full schedule. But he has already played in the China Open, actually, this season. Beat Mohamed El Haridi 6-2 in the first round, then lost to Jordan Brown 6-1 next time out. Didn't get in the Wuhan Open, though.
Well, that aggressive approach to that safety shot was a risk, but it might have paid off because he's got a good cue ball. Were Red's going close to this right corner pocket, he managed to get cover with the brown, so nothing on for Zhang Anda.
First frame on table 2 still in progress, but it's looking good for Jackson Page. He's 50 ahead with 43 on, so Ashley Hugill needs a couple of snookers. We're talking about the incentives in this tournament. It's £33,000 for the overall winner and 33,000 world ranking points. And for someone like Zhang, it might be a possible path into the Champion of Champions as well. So plenty to play for. And where he is in the rankings, 20th, if he could capture the title, and we all know he's capable of that, that would really boost his top 16 hopes. Maybe heading towards that big cut-off for the Masters in January. That's the great thing about the way the tour is structured these days, Stephen. There's always something to play for. There's always a narrative. There's always incentives.
We was having a discussion yesterday at breakfast, myself, Jamie Clark and Lee Walker, about the contrast between the tiered draws in some events and the flat draws in others, and talking about in particular the Players Series, the Grand Prix, the Players and the Tour Championship. Now, of course, the top 16 players in those events come in at a later stage, and therefore they have to win their first game for so many thousand ranking points, and it's making that gap and making getting in those events a lot more difficult for the lower ranked players, isn't it? That's sort of the downside to those tiered events, I suppose, but of course there is a lot of positives to them, and I'm a big fan of them. But yeah, they're obviously other events that are sort of byproducts of doing well in other tournaments.
Zhang needed cover there. That red was almost going to find gravity, but he'd stayed on the edge of the pocket. look at that, hanging over. Seems like almost half of it. But, of course, that's not the case because it would be defying physics.
Four. Another 4.
Well, really, he should have made contact with the unmissable red. But he overcut the first red by some considerable distance, and the in-off made it even worse.
What?
The cue ball stalled, as it often does in that kind of situation. Skidded down the table, and there's only a safety available. Yeah, with regard to the ranking system, Stephen,
Under 1.
it's never going to be perfect. It's impossible to be perfect. The old phrase, you can't please all of the people all of the time, comes to mind. But I'll tell you what, the tiered draw is very attractive to potential promoters, sponsors, because it guarantees the top players in the latter stages of tournaments.
Yeah, and I can understand that, absolutely. Why wouldn't you want the game's stars at the main events? As Daniel Womersley, well, he completely butchers that long red attempt. Didn't get anywhere near that. But yeah, there's pros and cons. Listen, there's never going to be a perfect system, is there? That players inevitably will find things to moan about. But I'm a fan of, having a mix of both. I like tiered events in some and flat draws in others. It gives you the benefit of playing in all different formats and different structures. So, ultimately the cream will rise and the best players will get through, and that's what sport is all about. And personally, I don't know how you can moan about the tiered system if you lower down the ranks, because the first couple of years I spent on the professional circuit, when it was a flat draw, I was drawing the likes of Neil Robertson, Sean Murphy, Ding Junhui, round 1, and that is a miserable place to be, I can assure you, when you're turning up, pretty much for a day out against a top boy, getting dusted and earning no prize money.
Six.
Again, a cliche. He who pays the piper calls the tune. The promoters want the big names, the ones that create the biggest viewing figures and the biggest live audiences. A surprising miss from Zhang. Had he potted that, he would have been banging. Well, from there, that's a poor one. Look of consternation on Womersley's face. Okay, still on the blue, but he shouldn't have been there.
Six.
Well, it was a good 6. He's got the guaranteed snooker now in behind the green. Can't imagine he'll be trying to pot this red. Try and get that cue ball welded, and again, that is, well, that's a shocker. It really is, because he was under no pressure there to get that cue ball welded to the back of the green. And not only has he left it short by a country mile, but he's left a red available for Zhang Anda to attempt now. If he's straight enough, he can just fully commit, stun this in for pink or black. Or try and come back for the blue, and playing it that way made it missable.
moment, Dan is not the man. He's really struggling.
One.
Yeah, and the issue is you get very little wiggle room in this format. You feel like you need to start every match quickly. You've got to hit the ground running, as Zhang Anda did in the opening frame. But Daniel Womersley, having lost the first frame to a one visit, he's had a couple of chances in this frame. You're not going to keep getting a couple of chances against players like Zhang Anda. You've got to be clinical. So it might be fearing that the best he can do in this match is get the draw the next time he comes to the table.
Yeah, so basically 3 consecutive shots there from Womersley, all in different categories of the game, left a lot to be desired. His position on the blue, then the blue itself didn't do any favours for him. He followed that up with a really woeful attempt to lay a snooker. And then the 4th shot in the sequence was that totally ineffective safety.
13.
You know, in show business, Stephen, they say about the fact that someone took 10 years to be an overnight sensation.
17.
Well, that was pretty much the case with Zhang, but it was more than 10 years. He's been around for quite some time. He got on the tour
18.
through winning the Asian Under-21 Championship in 2009. And the following year, almost completed one of the great crucible shocks. He led Stephen Hendry 9-7 in the first round. He eventually lost 10-9. Thereafter, well, his game was quite anonymous. That was until 2023, when he reached the final of the English Open. He led Judd Trump 7-3 in that one, lost 9-7. But shortly afterwards beat Tom Ford to win the International Championship. And ever since, he's been regarded as a player who can make you look silly, can keep you in your chair for extended periods.
And you can just ask Ben Wollaston about that incredible match well, I say they played. Ben didn't really play a part in that game, did he, Zhang Anda? What did he make? 4 total clearances of 138?
42.
It was three 138s and another total clearance in the 130s.
Yeah, just ridiculous, silly score, and it's like computer game stuff, really. But that just shows you the level that he can reach. Do you know, Phil, that there's not many players actually that can do that. You know, you've got to be quite special to be able to withstand that level, because you know we've all made
49.
multiple century breaks in a game and back-to-back tons and whatnot, but when you get to that point of just keep knocking in balls, you're just in a complete flow state, and a lot of the time
50.
players start to think, and he clearly doesn't. He just plays.
Yeah, his ability to sustain concentration is right up there. Yeah, the match against Ben was in the Saudi Arabia Masters, and I will recall seeing Ben afterwards,
57.
and he looked up at me and just shook his head. He was shell-shocked. He couldn't believe how well Zhang had played against him. But there, a red is missed.
57.
The break ends at 57.
So we just lost the scores momentarily. Daniel Womersley 63 points behind when he came to the table. You can understand why he took the decision to pot that red, try and get the black next. We'd like another red-black and then maybe try and play for the snooker on the final red, but the positional shot he's played, it's not that easy to get on those reds now. So take your medicine time, just make sure of this black. Play safe on the reds. Well, he's gone the scenic route and it's not worked out. He's left himself with a much more difficult shot now.
I was actually surprised in the first frame that with the opportunity to knock a few balls in, he didn't take it. Well, that puts paid to the second frame, and it's gone pretty much the way of the first. 88 break from Zhang to open proceedings, 57 in this. He's not been as clinical in this frame as he was in the opener, but good value for their 2-0 lead. And Daniel Womersley, I think, might be heading for a quick defeat. (75-14) the Zhang Anda lead, so there's no way back into the frame for Womersley now.
Another 7 in the frame.
Yes, and the concession arrives, and so Zhang Anda with a couple of half centuries, stress-free in taking a 2-0 lead over an opponent who is yet to arrive. Over on table 2, it's Jackson Page against Ashley Hugill. A little slower going in that match. Page won the first frame, and it's very early stages of the second. The opening frame, no breaks of note, but it was the Welshman, who can be a fearsome potter, who took it. Zhang Anda, born on Christmas Day, 1991. I think he's one of the most enigmatic players on the tour. Sometimes you see him and you think, well, he could be anything he wants to be. And other times you think, well, yeah, I understand now why he's not really been a consistent winner. But when he's playing well, he's as good as anyone.
Yeah, I think he's got everything. For me, he's a head scratcher because, you know, how has he not been at the top of the game for longer? As you already mentioned, that run to the English Open final and then winning the International not too long afterwards. Showed us what he could do then, and he's stayed somewhere near the top of the game since. But for years, I remember he was like floating in and out of Q School and on and off the tour, and it was always a case of why is he in this position? He's well better than his results are showing, but you know, it just goes to show that there's so many good players and it's so competitive, and you know, sometimes patience, you know, these things take time, but he's found it now.
Now that was more like it from Womersley.
1.
Stephen, tell us about the conditions out there, because obviously it's very, very warm outside.
3.
We're talking about temperatures, certainly this afternoon, that will be in the mid-30s centigrade, certainly into the 90s Fahrenheit. Is that coming through in the arena?
Yeah, definitely. The heat, it got quite uncomfortable yesterday out there. It's not just when you sat in your seat, but when you're at the table, obviously. I thought the bedcloth, in fairness, was really nice. It was really reactive. Did have a couple of strange reactions off the cushions at times, which I think the heat had a part to play in that. But on the whole, the playing conditions were good. One thing I will say is that these tables, the Rasson tables, notorious for being on the big side in terms of the pocket size. Players see these tables as buckets, really, but I can assure you that they weren't playing big yesterday. They were playing, how they should be, which is a good thing.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because that sort of confirms what I was thinking. On day one, when pockets generally play a little more generously than they do for the rest of the event, even on day one they were quite nippy, I thought. A lot of the players like these Rasson tables. They're used for both versions of the BetVictor Championship League and also for the Champion of Champions.
There's no obvious reds that will pot now when Daniel removes this final loose red, so looking for an angle. It's not the perfect pack to go into, but if he was to pick his point, it would be ever so slightly right of full ball on the pink as we look. Try and get enough purchase on the cue board to keep it in the middle of the table. Yeah, he caught it perfectly, absolutely perfect, and deserves to be on one. Body language will tell us more than we can see. Just look at the cue ball as it goes down, ever so slightly right on the pink. I don't think he's on one, Nothing straightforward anyway. Well, I don't think he can get through to that, surely, without turning it over with a touch of left.
Boy, that's risky. Yes, we know he wants to continue at the table, but sometimes you have to cut your losses.
Yeah, and he has the cut back on the red by the pink spot. It's very thin. Cue ball will be travelling. Got the chance to just let loose with this, in and out of baulk with the white. Let that take care of itself. Just get the pot. Oh, he's over-snipped it. Disappointing. He's unlucky there, really. He got into the reds well. Deserved to be on something, and yeah, he might have fancied being on something a lot easier than this.
I thought that was a feature, actually, of a lot of the snooker I saw at the World Championship this year, particularly in the first week or so. It was one of those situations where, on numerous occasions, players went into the bunch pretty well and dropped on nothing.
It's a tough one, isn't it, really? Because, for all the skill involved with going into the pack of reds from whichever coloured ball, there's an element of luck to it. You can have a good idea, a rough idea of where the reds are going to finish, and obviously trying to control the cue ball as well, but to some degree you've got to rely on a little bit of luck. But then you look at the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Every time he goes into the pack, he never doesn't land, does he? He's always on one, so maybe there's something to learn there.
Whenever I see an unlucky failed attempt to go into the bunch, I always think of Stephen Hendry, because that used to drive him to distraction. And what he did, he always used to give that sarcastic thumbs up to the Reds as though it made any difference, as though they knew what he was talking about. Well, was that unwanted running side? Because it was the side he put on that caused him to be behind the blue.
Under 3.
It's a good safety shot. Can't get past the pink left side coming off the reds. Yellow's cutting off a lot down the right side, so this is trouble for Daniel Womersley. I think the red just above the black. Mate can play off that, go around the back of the pink. Oh, what's he looking at down this right side? Is he going to pull the trigger? Maybe an element of safety in this as well.
Of course, it's almost obligatory with Zhang to mention the fact he won the International Championship in 2023. What we didn't say was that he got to the final of the Players' Championship the following year. It was a really poor final, one has to say. Lost out 10-8 to Mark Allen. Very forgettable match. But merely getting to the final of a tournament of that stature just underlines how good he can be. He's made 5 career maximums, including one at the German Masters this year. No cover on the red close to the pocket, but he does have awkward cueing, Zhang. Just enough room to get past the green, but it is still a hindrance. Well, that was a big misjudgment. He played to drop onto the red that the cue ball is closest to now, but it was never going to be there. It was very narrow.
I just wonder if Daniel has recognised how nippy these tables are playing. You know, in seasons gone by, you may have fancied drilling this red along this top cushion, getting out for the black or pink. It looks a pretty decent angle to just top it in. He's going lower, so he's keeping the cue ball this side. Let's see how tight this bag's playing with pace. Yeah, good pot. That's a really good pot, actually. Very good, very accurate. Nice to see Daniel staying positive.
Well, I think that's an outstanding candidate for his best shot of the match, and it should yield a frame.
Well, for as good as the pot on the red was, the positional shot there wasn't perfect. Again, slightly awkward cueing with that red next to his bridge hand. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, just needs to keep his focus high now. He's got the big advantage in this frame. Just try and keep it simple. But at the same time, keep his concentration, because the red and pink that are close together left of the black are hampering position on the black from that side. So just needs to plan his route carefully.
Yeah, well, 16.
The patterns, the choices in that break weren't correct. And he's paid the price by undercutting that tricky one, which shouldn't have been tricky. But he is 42 ahead. Still plenty on the table, though, for Zhang to pull this frame out of the fire.
Yeah, that's the difference, unfortunately. You know, scoring at this level in this company is priority. When you get your chance, you've got to kill the frame off, but particularly the position that Daniel found himself in there. You know, to break down on
Pink.
just a few points was, you know, obviously not ideal from his perspective, but Zhang Anda will be delighted. And make no mistake, Zhang Anda isn't going to break down early here. You can pretty much guarantee that.
So you look at the table for potential issues. The two reds close together on the left-hand side cushion. They could pose a problem.
8.
But for a precise positional player like Zhang, the rest of the table, milk and honey.
Yeah, I actually don't think those two reds are a problem either. If he leaves the cue ball maybe just where it is now or slightly higher, he can top the red closest to left corner in, just drop it in. Should just avoid the underside of the top red, and that releases that as well. So yeah, alarm bells
16.
may be ringing for Daniel Womersley.
I was mentioning the fact that he made those 5 1-4-7s in professional competition.
22.
Even more impressive than that is that he's made them, that quintet, in the space of the last 4 years. His first one,
3.
his first maximum, came in the European Masters of 2022. He actually dropped off the tour for a while, which seems inconceivable now, but he did regain his place via the CBSA China Tour, and ever since he's been playing beautifully, as Stephen Hallworth proved correct there with that one. It wasn't a problem at all. The problems lie with Womersley. Will he get out of his chair again? And this routine black to take the lead in the frame.
It's not the best positional shot that Zhang Anda's ever played. He
46.
didn't want to be straight on this red. Didn't look much, but it makes a difference now because got a little something to do with the cue ball. Might be worth going back up the table. Can he just punch the cue ball out? No, he had to screw back to try and gain a bit of distance in terms of getting away from the cushion.
47.
Yeah, we've talked about all the good things in Zhang's game. I don't think he's the greatest power merchant, but he's done enough there to get on the pink. Now on the last red, delightfully. So this should be 3-0 from here.
Yeah, it was a good pot on the pink, really, because he didn't make a meal of it whatsoever. You know, he accepted the fact he wasn't perfect on the penultimate red. He took his medicine with the pink and just played it how it needed to be played. Didn't overplay the shot. Nice pace, good strike. And now back in prime position. One good shot here, it's match over.
Yeah, table 1 outpacing table 2 at the moment. Ashley Hugill equalising against Jackson Page a few moments ago. It's 1-1 over there. So with this blue, Zhang goes 17 ahead. That means yellow, green and brown will be sufficient.
59.
Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, making absolutely sure that this is frame ball. Well, I'm astounded. I'm absolutely astounded he missed that. Look at the scoreboard, 22 points the difference. Brown, blue, pink and black, and Womersley, who seemed defeated, will force a respotted black.
Incredible, isn't it? You know, how's he broken down there? It was a bad shot on the green to leave himself needing the rest with the brown, but goodness me, never predicted miss that. What a lifeline. He's got to win this frame twice now though, Daniel. Oh, he's missed the brown. Never threatened the pocket.
Not been his finest hour, Womersley, this match. Can't complain about a lack of chances. Not as played, but no damage done. Well, there, not as played. Possible damage done. Good pot, but he wanted more travel on the cue ball.
Nine.
Well, that wasn't as played. He'll be thankful that he's landed with a shot at this pink. Oh, he's missed it. Okay, just had to make sure of the pot there. Just give yourself a chance at the black. You cannot miss the pink. Just make sure of it.
Zhang Anda, the man born on Christmas Day, might well have gifted that frame to Daniel Womersley, but the gift wasn't accepted. Womersley defeated by 3 frames to 0. Zhang starting his campaign in this group with a trio of half-century breaks. Next up, Stephen Hallworth will remain in the commentary box with Phil Haig as they talk you through Zhang Jun against Ross Muir.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester for this Championship League Group 10 match between China's Zhang Jun and Scotland's Ross Muir. We've already seen Zhang Anda get off to the perfect start to this group with a 3-0 win over Daniel Womersley. Now Zhang Jun against Ross Muir. Zhang will be staying straight on to play Womersley after this one as well. On table 2, Jackson Page, Ashley Hunigal hard at it in their first game of the day. 1-1 at the moment. So the top seed of the group, Zhang Anda, has started this very nicely. 3-0 win for him. So he set the pace and it's up to these two to keep up with it. Ross Muir to break. My name is Phil Haig. I'm joined by Stephen Hallworth here on commentary.
And a commentary debut, Phil. Great to be sat alongside you for this. I've been looking forward to this when I found out, you know, you was coming for a match today. You nervous?
I am now you've mentioned it, yeah. No, I've been looking forward to this for a while. So yeah, pleasure to be here. Looking forward to seeing these two as well. Zhang Jun, generally one of the best young players in the world, really, rising the rankings fast. And Ross Muir, you know, he's been around a while already. He's only 30, so it's easy to forget how young he is in the game. But still plenty to see from him, I think. So yeah, interesting to see what these two have got to produce.
Well, if there's one thing we can say confidently about Zhang Jun, he's a character. He's a bit of a maverick, isn't he? We've seen some incredible clips on social media of his matches in recent times. You know, the game against Stan Moody in the World Open at the start of this year was, well, a sight to behold. If you've not seen it, check it out. It'll be somewhere online. And then, of course, he lost to Stan in Judgment Day, didn't he? 10-9 to get through to the Crucible. Now, that was a twitchy old affair, so he's a character. He's a great player as well, though. He really is. He's a heavy scorer. He's a handful for anyone.
Yeah, that decider from the World Open last season is on YouTube. And don't do it now because you're watching this great bit of Championship League action brought to you by Matchroom Sport. But do check it out later. It's an incredible decider between Zhang and Stan Moody. Stan makes 70-odd. And Zhang makes a great break to take it back to the black. And then takes on a mad full-length double.
Yeah, those final colours, all chaos, all hell breaks loose, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he's a fascinating watch. Be interesting to see how he is here. I know watching him sort of those really high-pressure games, he's up and down a lot, he's back to his chair a lot, he's getting the white cleaned every other shot. That might be just because he's in sort of high-profile deciding frame, so might not be the case today, but yeah, he's a fascinating character. He's quite demonstrative at the table as well. He'll let you know if he's wound up by something.
Well, that was nearly a perfect example of how to go into the pack of reds there. Left the perfect angle from the blue. Good enough contact to the pink. What you're looking for is obviously to get movement to the reds, but if anything, more importantly, control that cue ball, keep it in the middle of the table, and in the process he hasn't tied the black up, which is a bonus.
Zhang will be coming into this one full of confidence. He's made the perfect start to the season. Other seasons, this has been the first event of the campaign, but we've had a couple of qualifying tournaments so far for the China Open and the Wuhan Open, and Zhang Jun has played 4, won 4. He won all 3 of his matches in China Open qualifying, and then beat Jimmy White in Wuhan Open qualifying. And remarkably, he made a century in all 4 of those games. So he's looking to keep up that winning and break building sequence going today. It'll be remarkable if he's still got that intact by the end of the day, but he'll be hoping to do just that.
And he'll be hoping to cut that sort of mistake out, because at this level, he cannot afford to miss blacks off the spot. Disappointed because he's done all the hard work for Ross now, hasn't he? He's got the reds open, nicely spread.
You'll quickly notice the glove on the left hand of Ross Muir. Could be a day for the glove. It is very warm and very sticky here in Leicester, as it is across the country. And that's why he started wearing that glove at a young age. Sweaty hands, and he thought it would sort of get rid of the possibility of the cue sticking so much. And he's worn it ever since. He's had it on for 20 years at the table.
He's never taken it off in 20 years.
It's the same one as well, would you believe? But yeah, I mean, he was saying actually he thinks it might even be a hindrance to his game now. He's just so used to playing with it. I don't think he can play without it, really. It would take him a lot of time to get used to playing without it again. And he feels he loses a bit on sort of touchy-feel shots. It may be better that he doesn't play with the glove anymore, but it's part of his game these days and has been for a long time. But as I say, in these sort of sweaty conditions, this is where it could come into its own. I think there's been some other players playing with gloves this week as well.
Seven.
Yeah, snooker at this level is all about touch and feel, and everything's got to resonate through you. The muscle memory comes, in handy at these big matches, but when it's hot and sticky and humid and that cue just isn't going through as smoothly as you're used to, that makes a big difference. So yeah, especially first match of the day, getting used to get to grips with the conditions. It's only going to get tougher because it's getting warmer in here as the hours go by. So Phil, what's the biggest story in the snooker reporting world at the minute? Of course, you report for the Metro. Are there any big headlines going about? Very early doors in the season still, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'm afraid that the Football World Cup has sort of taken up a lot of our sports reporting time. Yeah, I mean, that qualifying action was very good, actually. There are a lot of good stories coming out of that. Now the Championship League obviously gets underway this week, and then we wait for the real high-profile events to kick off later in the summer. Obviously, it was key for the players to get through, I guess, at least one of those into those Chinese tournaments, which you, of course, did. The Wuhan Open qualifiers, very well done there. Yeah, vital matches early in the season.
Big tournaments as well, weren't they? To have first up. Quite often a lot of players post World Championship will head away, get away from the snooker scene, but the fact there was 2 big China qualifiers before the Championship League, it meant that players couldn't really afford that much time off this year.
Absolutely. And I think for the snooker watching public, there is a bit more time off than you think, because you watch it to the end of the World Championship final and then you think that's where the season ends and the next one we wait to start. But obviously a lot of players, the vast majority of players, aren't playing in the World Championship final. So players do have a small break, but yeah, it was very important to be right back on it then, because there are 2 big comps, the China Open back on the calendar, big money, and then Wuhan has established itself over the last few years as a very important tournament, which I think probably will improve the standard here this week, because sometimes at the Championship League players seem to have come straight off the sun lounger, very nice tans, not so much practice, but everyone should be relatively sharp here. Ross Muir didn't quite have as good a start in the qualifying as Zhang Jun, but few people did. He did win his first 2 games of his China Open qualifying. Fell at the 3rd hurdle there, then he lost out in his first match in Wuhan qualifying to the new young English professional Oliver Sykes, but 2 out of 4 ain't bad. I spoke to him a couple of days ago, and he's pretty happy with how he was playing there. He's been working hard over the summer, and he's going to need a good season actually. Provisional end of season ranking, he's down at 82, so you've got to be in the top 64 or very highly placed on the 1-year list to stay on tour, so a little way off to be worrying too much about the end of season just yet, but I'm sure it'll be somewhere between the back and front of his mind already.
That's a good pot from Ross because he knew his cue ball was going into danger there. He had to make sure of that red. Fancied being on this blue pretty much as a certainty, which he is. He's got very deliberate pre-shot routine, has Ross Muir. It's quite unique to him. He really does stand tall behind the shot, sort of sees it from
6.
a wide angle, if you like, and then approaches the table. You can see feet together, stands tall, and in he goes. He's very disciplined with that as well. He's done it for a long time.
Yeah, you must have seen Ross Muir play a lot. Your similar ages go back a long way. You've played each other on the Pro Tour, the amateur circuit, all the way back to the junior days, I imagine.
Yeah, think back to, I think the first time I ever crossed paths with Ross was at the Spring Festival at the Pontins back in, well, God, it would have been some years ago now. I think I was still at school, actually. I remember taking my art homework to Pontins to do in between matches. So, yeah, I think I was definitely still at school. So, yeah, a long time ago, we've crossed paths on the amateur circuit, what was the Challenge Tour, the Q Tour, and then, of course, the Pro Tour. We played last year in the Northern Ireland Open.
15.
And you played wonderfully well in that match, I seem to remember.
Yeah, it was probably one of the standout matches of last season for me. It's not very often I string together, you know, multiple matches consistently in an event, but that one in the qualifiers I played great. Won 4-0 against Ross. He didn't score a point in that match, and then I beat Matthew Stevens to qualify. Played good in that as well. Similar to the Wuhan qualifying last week. You know, beat the women's world champion, then Luca Brazil, and then Zhang Anda. So it's nice to start to sort of see that consistency coming along now, because that's key at this level.
Yeah, fabulous result for you there against Zhang to go to Wuhan. And we've got to ask you about your art homework.
23.
Were you painting? Who were you painting? Ross Muir?
No. I was good at art, you know. I've still got some of the bits at home. I'll have to show you. I remember doing this incredible piece. It was a pencil drawing, but it was my bridge hand, snooker bridge hand, cueing at white. But the art teacher asked us to, you know, create some emotion in the drawing. So I'd drawn the cue going through the middle of the white, just smashing it to pieces. I was obviously a very angry child.
I feel like there might be an art-based nickname coming on. It's got to improve on the Lincolnshire sausage, hasn't it?
he's managed to establish a half-decent lead here, Ross. Still got enough reds in open play to get this frame won. Just needs to mind his work. As we say that, he misses the next red, and that was unexpected because there wasn't a lot to do with that cue ball. And the fact he missed it thin tells us that there was no problem getting to the potting angle past the other red. These first frames in this format, massive. If you lose them in your mind, it seems difficult to win the game. You've got to win the remaining 3 matches. It feels if you lose the first frame, the draw is a good outcome almost.
I suppose when the first match has ended 3-0 to the group favourite as well, that piles the pressure on as well to get the perfect start yourself. Mentioned Muir's provisional end-of-season ranking there. Zhang Jun's a lot healthier. He's actually world ranked 70, but his provisional end-of-season is 41. Had a very good season last time round. Reached his first 2 ranking quarterfinals at the Scottish and the Welsh Opens. And continuing his progress, he's only been on tour 3 seasons. This is his 4th. 20 years old, but he's been improving each year. And if he does so again this season coming, then he'll be quite a prospect.
From a technical standpoint, you look at Zhang Jun and everything about what he does is wrong. You look at how he plays and he's a bit of a jack in the box, isn't he? He's moving all the time. He's up very quickly, he's round very quickly, he's very busy. You wouldn't advise a player to play that way, but just goes to show this game, every player has their own unique way of doing things, and clearly that's a way that he's adapted to over the years. In terms of the consistency over the course of a full season, we've seen it in spells. He plays brilliantly well, and then he can go missing for a bit. That might be the reason why.
Yeah, Zhang plays at the Dingzhenhui Snooker Academy, and you wouldn't accuse those academies of sort of producing one style of player where they're all the same. You know, they're places where they go and practice very hard, but it's not like they're being coached to all play the same kind of snooker, not one bit. You know, you wouldn't compare Zhang Jun to Dingzhenhui very much, or a number of the other players there. Obviously, the world champion there is there, Wu Yize, Xiao Guodong. Women's world champion Panchaya Chinoy, who you played the other day. Bai Yulu's there. So many great players, but all very different.
Well, that's a mistake, and it could be quite costly from Ross Muir's perspective. Zhang Jun can slot home this initial red, get nicely on the black. The reds are now all in play. Nothing on this table is safe, so one good strike. Yeah, good hit. Perfectly played, and now he's away. Okay, he's trailing 31 in the frame, but that'll be disappearing pretty quickly, you would think. You can already just hear in the background the wipes of the cue, that high-pitched noise. That's not ideal.
How much of a problem is that? Is it just on your mind all the time in these kind of conditions?
It affects some players more than others. You know, for example, I practice with Michael Holt. Don't ask me how I know this, but he's got the driest hands of all time. So he's not he's not a player that perspires a lot. You know, he's got very dry hands, so the cue just goes through okay. But I myself, and I can hear Zhang Jun is pretty much similar. You know, if the there's a bit of moisture in the air, obviously, today. The cue just has a bit more trouble going through smoothly, and you know, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really affect too much, but it affects how it feels out there, and this game is all about feel. Just feels a bit more difficult. You just lose that touch.
60.
Yeah, I spoke to the hitman Michael Holt after those last sets of qualifiers, where a lot of people were complaining about just how red hot it is in here. And he wasn't fussed at all. He likes it warm, so yeah, I don't think he sweats too much, but everyone else is. As we are in here in this little black box in the Mattioli Arena, it is warm.
It's all very glamorous, isn't it, Phil? I bet you thought when you got the call up to the commentary gig that it was all going to be luxury, you know, nice big commentary studio.
Yeah, I was looking at the great and the good of the football media at the Boston Stadium yesterday for the England game.
Yeah,
But there's nowhere I'd rather be than here at the Mattioli.
there's no backdrop of the Leicester city centre here, I can assure you. So just a little something to consider now for Jiang Jun. Leave a nice angle on this black, make get into that final red straight forward.
25.
Well, it's not perfect, but it's okay. And then the next problem to solve will be brown, where that's situated near the pink. And even that isn't too much of an issue, so just needs to keep his focus high.
This is slightly what we were talking about, up and down a lot. Gets his steps in round the table. I don't know if he's got his fitness watch or his app on his phone, but he is often getting his steps in when he's at the table.
He's played that well. He really has, because that was so easy to misjudge, and to land his cue ball, well, perfect on the blue. Got nothing to do now with it. Plain sailing to the winning line. Thought it was a bit of a gamble playing for the blue from that previous red. The bigger target going up for bought colours, just stick more of a positive strike on it, but he fancied playing the delicate little one to hold for the blue. Wants to be straight on this green,
40.
and he's just about.
As you say, these short sprints, it's imperative you get off to a good start, really. Settle yourself down, pressure off to an extent. As long as he wraps this up, that's how he'll be feeling.
Yeah, I thought from our angle he looked straight enough on the green, but he wasn't. He was the wrong side of straight. So now he's got a bit to do with this one. Thin enough. Got to negotiate the cannon off the pink. Needs the blue. And one eye on the cue ball. He's committed a crime there in taking his eye off the pot. So, frame still live.
He's known for hitting the ball quite hard, isn't he, Zhang? Something he did there. think you naturally sort of give the more experienced player, the older player, the nod in these tactical safety exchanges. But we'll see. Now, Ross, we spoke about where Zhang practices. Ross practices up in Scotland, often with the likes of Anthony McGill, Scott Donaldson and John Higgins, so he'll know his way around the table dealing with those guys.
Yeah, and the unique thing about Zhang Jun is he's so unpredictable that he's actually quite hard to call the shots for, because he sees the game differently to others. You know, I've seen him in matches gone by over the last couple of years in scenarios like this, you know, attempting long doubles and all sorts, like you'd never say that was the shot. So only time will tell what he's going to pull out of the hat. But yeah, Ross is a much more measured player. You know, he's very got good temperament. And he's going to need it in a situation like this where it's all about that brown ball, not about the cue ball. Get that brown safe. See, like even this shot here, I just know that he's thinking about the double. He might not play it, but he's definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, both these guys are sort of down on the average shot time list, but for sort of different reasons. Zhang Jun plays some aggressive, kind of crazy shots, but he just takes a while to talk himself. Maybe he's trying to talk himself out of them, but then he talks himself back into them sometimes. But yeah, Ross, as you said before, is more measured, very deliberate on the shot. Zhang Jun often takes a little while because he's had a little wander around first. But it's easy to think that's another cliche, really. If you're thinking about slow plays, you maybe think defensive, negative. Not always the case. In Zhang Jun's case, just very unpredictable. Been quite fortunate there, Ross. Okay, well, the cue ball's gone in,
Four.
but the brown could well easily have gone right over this right corner pocket. He was clearly trying to use the black as a stopper for the brown, but it always looked like he couldn't catch it full enough. Now, close inspection as to whether this is a free ball. It's tight. I think it might be, you know. Yeah, just gonna have the double check, so another ball will be placed, well, coming down this end. Another way to check it, pop a ball next to the brown, which he's going to do now.
Referee is Fyodor Kaplanos from Latvia, just 19 years old. Big decision here at the climax of this frame.
No free ball. Do you agree?
No free ball, says the ref, but Zhang Jun arguing his case to say it is.
Yeah, it's very tight. Ross having a good look as well. He's got the best set of eyes.
Free ball.
Well, the decision has been overturned. Players and referee happy enough with the outcome of that. Ross had a look as well. You know, he clearly thought it was too, otherwise he'd be having a scream up now. So can take the pink as the free ball. Still over for the brown.
Always a bit awkward those situations, aren't they, when the ref's made a call, players debate it, which they're entitled to do. But as long as it's consensus like that, I suppose, once Ross has given his take, then they can all be happy.
Yeah, and in fairness, the players in that situation, they often know best. You know, we've played millions of frames down the years, and you know, a tight call like that, your instinct often prevails. Jiang Jun clearly instinctively thought that was a free ball. Ross had a look, and you could tell from the reaction he knew it was as well. Very tight call, but the correct call.
That's professional snooker player Stephen Hallworth confirming that players know best at all times.
Have that as a headline. No, one thing I like about what the referee has done there, he's come down this end of the table. This is the true image. It's always the true image from behind the shot. A lot of times I see referees, inexperienced referees, have a look from the cue ball side, which is a deceiving angle because the cue ball is the bigger ball in your line of sight. The true image is from behind the shot, which is why I'm pleased to see the ref go down that end. It's a good lesson for any player as well. When a pot is very tight to a pocket, if you're unsure as to whether or not it goes, have a look from the pocket side because that's the true image. Quite often you'll see it flies in, even when you can't quite convince yourself it does.
Five.
So we're going to try and get snooker here just on pink on black. Usually get one really good chance at this. If you don't get it there, it gets pretty sticky, but he's going to have a good go here.
Yeah, it feels like an impossible task really, especially in the position of the black. It's in the middle of the table. Ross would like it close to a cushion. And at any given opportunity, Jiang Jun will just drop that pink in or over any pocket, make Ross's task even more difficult. So can't see Ross winning this frame, but you never know. Especially with what we've seen in the past from Jiang Jun, you certainly never know. Potted match ball against Stan Moody in that World Open qualifier back in March or February. Went in off. You wouldn't like to see history repeat itself here.
Yeah, Zhang and Moody have played twice, and two classics really. That one in World Open qualifier and then Judgment Day World Championship qualifier went to a decider where Moody made a century there. So Stan's winning that rivalry, but Zhang 20, Stan 19. That could be a rivalry we see a lot of in the future.
Yeah, this is exactly the point I was making about Jiang Jun's task of just dropping that pink in or over, making Ross Muir's mission to get the snooker next to impossible.
this will be a personal thing for each player, but these days can be quite long. You've got 3 matches, very hot in here as well, obviously, as we mentioned. Would that affect your decision to, play on for snookers in this situation? The nature of the day, how long it could be, you want to reserve some energy?
I don't think so, because this is both of these players' first frame of the day, so I can't see a problem with Ross carrying on here. If anything, maybe for a bit of table time, just, have a go. Try and get fully to grips with how the conditions are playing, but I think as the day goes on, you might see a concession. But when it's one snooker, why not? Put it this way, we'll see tonight when the group table starts to take shape and we know where the players are going to finish, you won't be seeing them carry on for snookers, I can assure you. And Ross has made this next to impossible now for himself because he's pushed the black safe, so I think the concession will come.
Yeah, it's fair to say we see some non-textbook shots later in the day when people cannot win the group anymore.
Yeah, I think there's not one person on planet Earth that thinks Ross can win this frame now. Even Ross himself has probably resigned to the fact that he's going to be 1-0 down. He's carrying on anyway, but it seems a pretty pointless task. Getting his money's worth, isn't he? Wonder if he realises he doesn't have to pay for the lie.
I was going to say you don't get too many days. Treat yourself to a day at the Mattioli Arena, but you guys get a lot of days down here. There's a whole lot of snooker played here these days, so you must love it. Not much joy to speak of for either of these two in the past in the Championship League. Neither have been out the first group before. But as I say, there's so much snooker's played here in the qualifiers and other tournaments that they won't hold any fears of coming to Leicester to play. It won't be a bogey venue. If you did have this as a bogey venue, you'd be in serious trouble. Ross Muir actually had one of, if not his best run, professional event here when the British Open came back on the calendar 2021, and he was playing as an amateur then, but he got to the last 16. He's never been past the last 16 of a ranking event, so that is up there with his very best weeks in this very building. He's tried to get the black out there, hasn't he? But seems a forlorn hope, this frame, for Ross Muir. So we're into the second match on table 2. Longzhi Huang taking on Artemis Zhizhens. 0-0 at the moment. Zhizhens with a narrow lead in the opening frame. The first match ended Jackson Page 3, Ashley Hugel 1. Tight group this one, tough one to call. Page possibly the favourite. He's had a good start. Did well in 2 opening qualifiers. He's got off to a winning start against Hugill.
Good group, innit? That Jackson Page, Ashley Hugill, Longzi Wang, Artem Zhizhens. You know, 4 players that really will probably fancy winning that group. Jackson Page is certainly favourite for me. You know, he's a player that is continually on the rise. Good week in the qualifiers last week too. So keep an eye on table 2, of course, that available over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As we watch on the frame that refuses to end on our feature table. This frame may never end, Phil.
It was bound to happen. My debut frame in the commentary box. It was bound to be something like this. But yeah, Jackson Page, still just 24 years old. He's been around for so long, hasn't he? And we're still waiting for that big breakthrough. He has been making progress, but I think there's a big burst coming from him at some stage. And yeah, he's played 4-1-4 so far this season. No, he's played 5-1-5 after that one over Hugill. So maybe this is his season. See Longzi Wang and Rossmuir sporting chalk pouches there. Are you a chalk pouch man?
Absolutely. Huge advocate of the pouch. I never understand why a person or a player puts the chalk in a pocket. Like, you're just destroying your trousers over time. Yeah, years ago when you was down the club, you'd see the old boys like with the jeans on. They put the chalk in the pocket. Like, the pocket's all ripped to bits. Yeah. Like, yeah, get pouch is the way forward for me. Although one thing I will say on the pouch, if you're seen wearing a pouch in a waistcoat, you want putting in the bin because that should never be allowed.
So what do you do in that situation?
Well, you use your pocket on your waistcoat pocket. You've got a waistcoat pocket for a reason. You didn't no need for a pouch, is there?
And where do you stand on chalk on the rail?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either, to be honest.
9.
Oh, the frame ends.
6 in the frame.
Here we go, Zhang Jun. It's finally gone 1-0 up on Rossmuir. Pots the pink, gets over the line. As Longzi Wang is in on table 2.
That you don't tend to see all that much of, Longzi Wang. He's sort of got lost in the shadows of, you know, his fellow countrymen that are doing a lot in the game at the top of the game. But there's a lot of great talent from China, Longzi Wang being one of them. But I think the standards have just risen so high that you kind of come to expect them all to produce that sort of level. And of course, it isn't that easy. But he's a player that on his day is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, he's picked up some good wins on tour
11.
already. Mid-ranking, so he's ranked about 50, I think. And you're right, you know, if that was a British player in the 20s doing things like that, I'd be screaming about him. But so many good young Chinese players coming through, and they do get lost in the shuffle a little bit. Not had a spectacular start to the season. I think he won one game in China Open qualifying. Lost Alfie Burden in Wuhan. And Zhizhens from Latvia. One of the bright young talents from Central Europe. He hung on to his tour card last season on the one-year list, didn't he? Again, had some very encouraging results early in his career. It's all about consistency, but it's so hard. Standard down the rankings. It's tough to string wins together. You look at people these guys have lost to, and you think, well, yeah, fair play. Not surprised they lost to him. It's very hard to make progress. One person who is, obviously, we saw yesterday, Chan Bing-yu, flying up the rankings. And he flew through that group yesterday, 3 wins from 3. It was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'm quietly a big fan of Artem Zhizhen. I think he's good value for the tour. Good scorer on his day as well. He scores very heavy, very attacking. I like how he plays, I like his approach. Of course, from Latvia, we used to have a ranking tournament in Riga. Fabulous place, you know, one of the nicest places. Riga Old Town, absolutely stunning. Really nice place to go and visit if you haven't. It's a shame we don't have a tournament there. Hopefully he can make a big breakthrough and drum up a bit of interest back in Latvia. Be good to get back out there and playing.
Yeah, I've had a weekend in Riga before. I echo those thoughts. Lovely place. Actually went to a snooker club.
6.
Went with a pal, played snooker, and then we watched the FA Cup final in an English pub. Absolutely disgraceful tourism there from me.
Yeah, it's shocking. Shocking.
I think Zhuzhens could do a line in, you know, those cameo video messages at Christmas saying "Have a nice Christmas." I think that could be very popular among snooker fans.
I think that might have been where my love for the guy
7.
stemmed. You know, that was one of the greatest one-lines that professional snooker has ever produced, I think. Completely innocent as well, wasn't it? He didn't realise the sort of magnitude of what he'd said at the time, but yeah, superb.
Yeah, if you want an extremely niche snooker joke for the snooker fan in your life, maybe that would work nicely from our team Zhuzhens.
13.
Back on table 1 now, Zhang Jun to break off after taking that 1-0 lead. The left-hander gets it underway. Talking about Zhang Jun's progress in his 3 years on tour so far. It's been easy to plot. First season on tour, 23-24, 9 wins. The following season, 13 wins. Last season, 22 wins. His century count's been going up each year as well, 9, 18, 20 last season. So that's all you can ask for from a young player. You know, it's very hard to make sort of dramatic breakthroughs where you're in finals and winning trophies, but as long as you're moving your way up the rankings, you can see you're winning more matches, making more big breaks. Gotta be happy with that.
One. That's number 8.
I guess you wouldn't have seen much of Chang yesterday, championing you as he came through that group. Impressive you were playing on the other table. Actually, on your table, I thought Ian Burns looked very good. Impressive from him.
Yeah, well, the beauty of this event is the tables are next to one another, but they're just separated by a black curtain, so you can actually hear what's happening in the background over on the other side, and all I could hear was just the referees calling out, you know, big breaks and 1 visits, and I thought, oh, it's probably Chang again. He looked to be in a mean scoring mood, and yeah, I checked out the results and the score sheets last night and seen it was exactly that. He's playing good stuff. Yeah, our group was strange, really. Of course, Mark Williams withdrew from the group, so Q School top-up Jeffrey Cundy came in. Sort of opened the group up for everyone, really, because obviously Mark would have been a big favourite to progress. But I don't think anybody really sort of played lights-out snooker yesterday. It was quite, subdued performance from all of us. Ian proving to be the more consistent, more solid player on the day and got the job done.
Not making excuses for you or anything, but I guess the heat is quite draining. It's very hot in here. It's a long day and big gaps between matches. I suppose it's hard to keep the energy up.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and use any excuse whatsoever. I'm a professional snooker player. It's my job to adapt and try and find a way. But the schedule in this heat yesterday did me no favours whatsoever. Played first match, had 2 games off, just sat out upstairs. I felt very lethargic when I came back to the table in the evening. Had not really a lot left in the tank, which was the most frustrating part for me, because I ended up finding myself really trying to find something, trying too hard, and quite often when you do that it doesn't happen. So disappointing day at the office, but we go again. There's plenty more events to come.
And you escape with some prize money and ranking points. I always think finishing last in these groups is pretty brutal, leaving with nothing. You've got a whole full day's work, 3 matches. You might have got a frame on board in every match. You can go home with nothing. That can be very demoralising.
Yeah, and I think from my own personal standpoint this season, and the targets I've set myself is to try and leave every event with some prize money, because it means I'll have effectively won at least round 1 in most comps, and it's unlikely that you're going to lose in every round 2. So that's the goal for me this year, rather than a sort of ranking position come the end of season, because it's my 2nd year of a tour. I'll just try and pick up the wins consistently and let the money and the ranking take care of itself. So yeah, all is not lost. The most important thing for me yesterday is that there isn't a 0 next to my name.
It's a lot of work for no money, I think, those 3 games, especially in this heat.
Well, have you not been told you're not getting paid today? Well, that's a good pot from Ross. There's clearly danger attached to that. Red's available. Never easy cutting back into what feels a bit of a semi-blind pocket. So, yeah, good shot. Nice side of the blue. Can get to work now.
Ross Muir's been practising hard ever since the World Championship qualifiers. He had a tough season last season off the table. He sadly lost his mother earlier this year. He'd been ill for some time, and I think practice was not at the forefront of his mind for a number of months while he was looking after her. He was still turning up at tournaments, but it was very hard to do well in those circumstances. She sadly passed away earlier this year, and he's refocused. He said he lost to Robbie Williams in World Championship qualifying in April. He said he was back on the practice table the next day, getting ready for this season. Hoping to do her proud as much as anything. She travelled around to tournaments with him his whole career since he was a child. So, tough loss for him, but he's looking at the positives, trying to turn it into motivation and make it an inspiration for him. So, any results he gets this season will mean an awful lot to him.
Yeah, lovely lady, actually. I remember the first time I met Ross, it was sort of introduced through Ross's mum at Pontins, and yeah, she was a lovely character, and it just goes to show the sort of team that you need around you. These professional snooker players were on the road, but there's a lot that goes on in the background that the general public and watching on don't necessarily see or appreciate. It's important to have a good team, and Ross, obviously does, and if he can channel that now into his snooker, re-find his focus and his dedication, he's clearly got a spark again for practice, which is important. As I say, if he channels that well, results will come, because he's a good player. Just confidence is so massive in this game. It's quite easy. The position where he's ranked to go, you know, multiple tournaments back to back without picking up any wins, and it can sort of spiral out of control a little bit. So it's important to stay dedicated to the practice and prep. Try and turn those losses into victories.
First turned pro in 2013, and he's only 30, so he's been around a little while already. Turned pro at 17 years old. Won a lot of things as a junior. And, you know, he feels he's not shown at all what he can do on the professional tour yet. But 30 years old, as you'll know, Stephen, is not old in this game. Many years to come.
Oh, I'm feeling old, Phil.
31.
Don't you worry about that. This game does things to you that you will not believe. I feel about 300 at times.
I've been dried out in this commentary box, that's the problem.
Just wondered if that first frame, the way it ended, the fact Ross took the
38.
opportunity to continue on for the lost cause of finding that snooker he required. Whether it just take the sting out of this match, just halt any momentum, but doesn't seem to have done that. He's got himself nicely in. Good chance, lead building. He'd love a quick kill in this frame, wouldn't he? Just to set the score straight once again.
That's so key for confidence, isn't it? You know, taking these chances when they arise. You know you're not always going to get one, and they're not all going to be brilliant, but when they do reveal themselves in front of you, you've got to kill them off.
Yeah, win at all costs is, I suppose, a motto that if a lot of snooker players lived by, it would be quite a good thing, but it's not necessarily the case, because you don't want to be winning a lot of scrappy frames, because it doesn't do a lot for your confidence. It doesn't really give you anything to build on. If you kill off a frame in one hit, you feel great. Quite often that can transpire into the next frame.
Yeah, the scoring is so key for making strides up the rankings. You could say that about players outside of just the elite, really. It's not a Ross Muir issue, but it's one that he would probably want to improve on. I was looking at their century counts in their career. Zhang Jun's made 51. He's only been on tour for 3 and a little bit seasons. Ross Muir turned pro in 2013, he's made 41, so Zhang's already gone past him on that count, so that will certainly be something that Ross wants to improve on this season and years going forward. But he won't be making one now. Tough one to corner that he's missed there.
It's nice to see that shot missed, to be honest, on these tables in years gone by. Myself and Phil Yates just spoke briefly about it in the first match. These tables have been almost known for being on the big side. Players fancy anything along the rails, particularly at pace, but you can see just that little injection of pace here, paired with not being absolutely accurate. They're playing as they should, these pockets.
Yeah, there was a shot on the very first morning, Karen Wilson along the black cushion, and I thought this will be telling as to how these tables are going to play, and it didn't go in. And I think that's right. You know, you don't want to see shots being easily knocked in along the rails. It just changes the game completely, actually, as a spectacle. Best wishes to Kyron and his family, obviously, after horrible news that his house was burgled while he was playing here on Monday. So he won his first game, then had to withdraw. Hopefully he gets those things recovered. So in a sporting sense, it's frustrating because he looked very good. First game since the World Championship. Rocked up 1-3-0, looked very sharp. He would have been one of the few favourites for this tournament, really. So that's his campaign over, but clearly more important things to worry about than that.
Well, that's a shocker. It really is. Can only assume he played for the black there. Look at where he's left the cue ball. In no man's land. He needed to get on that black as well because that opened up the red next to it. Well, he's got a big shot to play now. Yeah, it was a nightmare positional shot from Jiang Jun. He absolutely disgusted with himself that he didn't land on that black. It wasn't difficult to. It's to drop the red in cue ball. It was a natural. Ross having a good look at it now. Certainly goes to that left corner, there's no doubt about it. Looks like just leave the cue ball just high of straight on the black, it'd be perfect. How do you fancy this, Ross? This is such an awkward shot, this little cut back into completely blind pocket. Nasty business, these.
Looked like he might have missed that one, but it's dropped in. After we were just saying these look like relatively tight pockets, that one's fallen in there. But he's left himself a tricky shot where the white's been left.
Yeah, I think composure now,
Yellow.
just, you know, clarity of thought, get a colour safe. No point in doing anything. Just make Jiang Jun play a shot.
One.
It's okay. Yeah, it's pretty good actually, because he can come off the left side of the reds. The yellow's now a problem ball.
He's picked out the plant there. Nervy moment while that white went near the middle pocket, but he's safe. No fans here in the Mattioli, of course, but they would have gone wild for the plant. Few things snooker audience like more than a plant, and why not?
Number 6.
It's not killed off the frame though. Jiang Jun back at the table.
One. Nine.
So 2 snookers to tie. Probably like to leave that final red on the table. Just brings about the possibility of the free ball. So take these 7 points from this black and look to play the snooker from the red. There's a big target up in baulk where that green and pink are. If you can navigate it round the angles, ultimately he needs that cue ball behind the black.
16.
We'd like to send that red close to them. Oh dear. When a fluke isn't a fluke.
17.
Well, he's going to have to try and pop this black now somehow, but can't see how he manages that. That's what I was saying about navigating that red. He just wasn't able, the angle he left on it, he wasn't able to control it. Has he potted the black? No.
June 17. In the frame.
He's conceded the frame there, so that's 1-1. Unfortunate there, we should have been predicting that dropping in the middle.
A bit of a slow start to this match, hasn't it? It's not really had the fireworks we saw from Zhang Anda in the opening game. Quick little dip into table 2. Our team Zhejian off to a good start. 1-0 to the good, was nicely in front in this frame, but broke down. Chance for Longzi Wang, and as we come to him, he misses a black off the spot.
Longzi Huan, 13. One.
Always a lot of talk about this tournament, isn't there, Phil? 21 days of competition, but realistically it's 3 days of competition for whoever wins it. It's quite a drawn-out event, yes, but to actually get your hands on the trophy and the £33,000 and ranking points that you'll pick up along the way, it's not a lot of work in the grand scheme of things, is it?
It's not now, and it's quite unusual. It can be a very different tournament for every player, depending where you play your first game. If you're in the first group, you can almost go on holiday and come back for the second group stage. Long old gap. Whereas if you're at the end, it's quite a compact tournament, really. So yeah, it's a long one to watch, just over 3 weeks. But for you guys playing, it's not too much work for a handy 33,000 for the winner, which Steve Maguire picked up last season. Obviously, it's not enough to sort of book your spot in the Tour Championship with that at that point, but it does give you a very nice head start to the Grand Prix and the Players and Tour that follow. And this always seems like a chance for players who wouldn't be favourites to win higher profile ranking events to do some damage in. We don't get all the top 16 entering the Championship League. Just a handful. We've got Zhao Xintong, Si Zhui, Chris Wakelin. Karen Wilson obviously did enter, but he's been forced to withdraw. Mark Williams was in, but he withdrew before it started. So the very top players aren't always here. And these short sprints, they're rife for upsets. So it does always seem like a chance for someone to come through the pack, pick up a title, which would seem a bit more unlikely elsewhere.
Well, the universal arm gesticulation there suggests that the cue ball didn't travel along its intended course. At that pace always runs the risk of it just deviating offline a fraction, and clearly that makes a big difference in this game. So chance for Ross, nice angle on the blue, no open reds, into that apex pink, control the cue ball and hope for the best. Well, again, he waves his arm, he can't believe it. The first thing you do is just check the pack for any obvious plants, and I must admit, there wasn't anything obvious there. The red has found a number of cannons and found the right corner pocket, so yeah, unfortunate for Ross.
1.
A profitable season last time around for Zhang Jun. I mentioned those 2 quarter-finals he made, his first 2 in ranking events in Scotland and Wales. Racked up just over 72,000 on the 1-year ranking list, which is why he's well positioned on the provisional end of season. Tough one, as mentioned, for Ross Muir, though, comparatively. He was down at just over 19,000, so that's why he's got so much work to do this season coming. And any prize money picked up today would be most welcome.
Well, that's very handy. The ice cream van's turned up, Phil.
Mine's a feast, thank you. Give you a quid.
Right on time.
Snooker players will moan about their own luck quite a lot, but I think if you were on match ball and the ice cream man set his tune off, you'd be within your rights to moan about that.
Well, of course, last week we had the big set of China qualifiers. There was a madness gig either next door or over the road, and don't quite know where it was. Wherever it was, it felt like we was right there, front and centre. It was so loud in the venue where I was trying to play. Some good tunes kicking about, though.
Yep, they've got some bangers. Maybe not what you want when you're trying to win snooker matches, but they've got some tunes. We've seen the players with little handheld fans, and I think there's some on the floor today as well. Are they doing much good? Are they kicking out the juice required out there?
I'll be honest, I tried it out for a bit yesterday, but it cooled you down while you was in your seat, but then your body, gets back to room temperature when you stand up, so I felt like I was actually getting hotter by trying to cool off in the chair and then coming back to the table, so I just, took my medicine and just stayed hot all day, just disregarded the fan in the end.
Some players seem to be using them to sort of hide behind when they missed a shot, and they go back and put the fan over their face, pretend they're not here anymore. There's another shot that Zhang was frustrated with how the cue ball ran. I think this tournament does present a different challenge to a lot of events on the calendar when it comes to frustrations. You see some players feel like they've been hard done to in the first game, they lost it. And that can really sort of carry on over. You've got 2 more games to play. You see some players continuing to slump in their seat in the next match and the match after that. And it's really important not to do that. That's such a key skill in snooker in general, trying to forget the last shot, certainly the last frame, and definitely the last match. Because you really want to avoid, as we mentioned, going home with nothing, and that can happen.
Potentially a respot over on table 2. Longzi Huang has just cleared up to the pink. Black was safe on this top cushion. So they've just played a couple of safety shots, and he's attempted quite a tough pot there, very thin. So our team Zhejian with sight at the long black to force the respot. Drama. Oh, I thought for a minute that cue ball was going to follow it through.
Did look like that. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for our team Zhuzhen. But he's got the respot.
Big frame all of a sudden on the table too. Our team 1-0 up.
Choice.
Was well in front. Been pegged back, and now Longzi Wang, he's got to win this respot to level things up. Could be a big frame in the context of the day. Jackson Page will be backstage praying this match finishes a draw. That'd be a best case result for him, having won his opener. Remember, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, nothing for a loss. So every point, every frame counts.
Zhuzhen's the lowest ranked player in that group because he stayed on from the 1 year list last season, which means his points reset, and that's why he's got a tricky group in front of him here, especially tricky. But you know, he's not a player that should be down in 100+ rankings. I think the other guys in this group will not have been that pleased to see him. He won a couple of matches in his Wuhan Open qualifying to book a meeting with the world champion Wu Yize over in Wuhan, which will be quite an event. Seen the superstardom Zhao Jintong rose to after conquering the Crucible, and Wu Yize's going to follow him now. Just two absolutely wonderful players, the last two world champions.
Ross has eyed up this long red for some time now. He's weighed up his options. Time to pull the trigger, maybe. Cue ball would have been close to going in off had it not got the cannon, but there is a red available right in amongst them. What Jian Jung can do with the cue ball might determine how easy this pot is. There you see, it's sort of the wrong side of straight on that red right inside the pack. It's screwing into a red. Not easy, this. He's got to get plenty on this white. Well, he was able to just get enough on it to avoid the cannon to the red. He's got to pop the more difficult pink. If he gets this though, guaranteed on a red.
The black ball game continues on table 2. Long Zhihuang's just had a pop at it to the left corner, but missed.
7.
Clear-cut chance this yet. Clearly the pink is available. That helps. Black is presumably completely out of play at the moment. The red's above it. Not that easy to dislodge either, so might be wise to just keep himself on that pink for as long as possible here. Doesn't need to set about the black right now.
mentioned Zhang Jun playing at the Ding Junhui Academy in Sheffield, surrounded by a load of world-class players. Would you have spent much time in those academies up there, there's Dings and Victorias?
Yeah, a good few years ago now. I used to probably go to Ding's Academy twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. Just commute from Lincoln to Sheffield and go and play some of the lads there. It was good. You know, I enjoyed it. There was, as you say, a lot of world-class players. My main practice partners were the likes of Nopon, Sankam and Tian Peng Fei when he was on the tour. Good match practice. I remember seeing, you know, the likes of Wu Yize and Pang Zhengzhu and Gao Yang when they first came over.
22.
Seeing them sort of hone their craft in the academy. Relentless hours of practice they used to do, and yeah, it's been nice to sort of follow their journey and see how they've progressed. Of course, Wu Yize has gone all the way, hasn't he? Up the rankings, and he's now a world champion.
Yeah, we hear about incredible amounts of hours being put in there by those guys you mentioned. Pang Zhengzhu is always mentioned as a very hard practicer. Is it as advertised? They're there morning, noon and night?
Well, just purely on Pang Zhengzhu, I'll never forget this. So I've arranged a game with Nopon Sankam. I've probably arrived at probably 9:30, 9:45 in the morning. We finished, well, when I got there, Pang Zhengzhu was already there practicing. He was doing a lineup, just constantly doing the lineup. I've played Nopon till probably about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the evening, and he was still doing the lineup.
Wow.
So he spent all day doing whatever he was doing on the lineup. I mean, I don't know how you can entertain the lineup for that length of time, but you know, it's just relentless concentration, and presumably he's trying to go for long periods of time without missing a ball. You know, it's an easy routine, but yeah, I just thought at the time, in all honesty, I just thought, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? But you know, results-driven business as this is, they're getting results, and that practice is starting to pay off.
Yeah, that's hard to imagine if that's every day like that. You'd have to mix that up a bit, but yeah, he has been climbing the rankings. He's been reliable over the last few years, hasn't he, Pang? Incredible work ethic. They're remarkable settings, both of them, Dings and Victorias. Look like absolutely nothing from the outside. You know, you go over that quite odd bridge to get to Dings, whereas Victoria's looks like just a nondescript office building, really, although they've just put a mural up outside, I think, so a bit more descript now. But you wouldn't know there's just a whole lot of world-class players beavering away in there in either building. But they've been fabulous for the Chinese players, especially to have a hub when they move over here.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been the most important aspect of those academies for these guys coming to the UK. You know, a lot of them, they don't know a lot of English. There's a language barrier, but they're away from home, away from their friends and families, and it's a safe space, isn't it, for them to feel at home as best they can around their peers and friends, and you know, practicing and honing their skills. And it's part of the reason, I think, a big part of the reason as to why they're enjoying such success now. They're starting to feel more comfortable in the UK. Their language is improving with the English, and you know, they're enjoying themselves. And the UK is starting to feel like a home for them, and I think that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. It was tough for the guys who came over. The first guys, Ding Junhui, obviously. Zhao Guidong was another one who... There were not too many Chinese players, and you don't speak the language. It's hard over here, but you know, they've got those hubs in Sheffield which are working wonders for them. It's not just Chinese players as well, Victoria's especially. I mean, you mentioned Nopon at Dings. Tep Chaya plays at Victoria's. Same with Fai's there. The Ukrainian players have been based there. I know Bulkshu Revez was there when he was on tour, the Hungarian. And Ashley Hugil, who's here today, he plays every time I've been in Victoria's, he's there working away. So, yeah. A melting pot of snooker players.
54.
Well, Jiang Jun has made a good visit to the table here. He's manufactured a break from very little, really. Okay, the lead 65, 59 remain on this
Jiang Jun
table.
54.
Ross Muir needs snookers. He'll carry on, why wouldn't he?
Long Zhuang got the job done on table 2 to make it 1-1. We just hit the jaw of the middle pocket, breaking off in the third frame, so not the ideal start there.
Fold. Rosmer. 4.
And there is one snooker for Ross Muir. That did not take long. .59 left on the table, so he still does need another snooker. Lovely pot by Jiang Jun there.
Yeah, well, should dot the I's and cross the T's in this
Bravo.
frame. And importantly for Jiang Jun, in winning it, gives him the opportunity to take all 3 points from this match now. The best Ross Muir can do, barring snookers, is salvage the draw. Jiang Jun,
5.
the second seed in this group. How the format works, the last match of the day will be played between the
6.
top seed and the second seed, so it's looking likely that should he get the win in this match, it'll all come down to that final game between Zhang Anda and Jiang Jun, as most people would have expected. Of course, still a long way to go, but he's going to be 2-1 up.
You were in close quarters with Zhang Anda, beating him in the Wuhan Open qualifiers. Decider, I believe. You talk us through that one.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Not many. Well, it's not very often you win matches the way I won that game. I needed a snooker in the decider. Managed to get it. It was a great game. You know, we know how good Zhang Anda is, and he's a player that's beaten me twice last season. So it was nice to get one back over on him. And just show myself, you know, that I can compete at that level and consistently, having beaten Luca Brissell in the round before as well. So, yeah, good result. Of course, this event it feels so different to the normal qualifiers. You know, you turn up to the qualifiers and it's if you win you're through, and if you don't you go home. Whereas here, you know, it's a different sort of mindset. You've got 3 matches to play. It's trying to manage your day as best as possible, really. As Ross Muir is probably going to find out now, because he knows he can only get the draw from this game, so he'll be looking ahead to his next matches and trying to figure out how best he can finish the day off.
Yeah, managing that time when you're not playing is key, isn't it? Because it's a lot of hanging around in that player's room, wasting mental energy if you're not doing it right. Especially because it's so hot outside, you probably don't want to go for a wander round or anything. It's hard to know what to do. But I think that can be very important ahead of those afternoon games.
Yeah, and the trouble is there's so much good confectionery up in the players' lounge. It's very, very easy to just indulge and just sit there and, you know, eat rubbish all afternoon when it's just winking at you in the corner. But yeah, it's important to try and stay focused all day if you can, as best you can, and conserve that energy to when you're out there in the arena.
I was mentioning Ross Muir's not been prolific with the centuries over his career so far, but he has made a max, made a 147 at the 2017 German Masters qualifiers. In the snooker cathedral is the Barnsley Metrodome.
Your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm a Sheffield man, but Barnsley's my football team because my dad's half of the family are from there, so I got lumbered with that from an early age. So I've been to Oakwell many times. He made that max against former Brazilian pro Itaro Santos, if you're ever in the world's hardest pub quiz, and that comes up.
One.
Well, that's a really good pot again. It just so happened that he had the perfect angle to just stun the cue ball out for the black, but it had to be accurate. He's got 4 or 5 reds in open play before he needs to have any concern of going into the main cluster.
Certainly shouldn't be afraid of the winning line. As mentioned earlier, he's won every game so far this season, just 4 played, but that's 4 wins from 4 matches. Looking to make it 5 here. He picked up some great scalps last season as well. As I said, it was easily his best season on tour, his 3rd season. How about this for a list of victims? Mark Selby, Barry Hawkins, Chris Wakelin, Dave Gilbert, Hossein Vifai, Tepchire Unnu, Pang Shunzhu and Elliot Slesser, who beat in the World Championship qualifying. And very nearly a crucible debut, losing that qualifier on Judgment Day to Stan Moody 10-9. He's been to Judgment Day 2 out of the 3 seasons he's been on tour, so he doesn't mind the EIS there under big pressure. But yeah, those sort of names you're getting on your CV at 20 years old, it is very promising for his future.
Yeah, it's a good indicator, isn't it, to the level that he can already play at. And he's only going to go from strength to strength, you feel. Those wins are incredibly hard to come by. If you're picking up them at this stage of your career, it's a good omen for what's to come potentially.
24.
Played a very aggressive shot there, positive into the reds. Good control of the cue ball, but just left himself a little closer to that side rail. He's going to have to drop this red in dead weight now. This is a test of your cueing.
Very nicely played. His last match against Jimmy White, Wuhan Open qualifying, he seemed to be having some sort of neck or shoulder issue. He was sort of waggling his left arm out between shots and stretching his neck off, so doesn't seem to have been a problem at all this game. So maybe just slept funny before that one, which is good to see, because you don't want to be developing those sort of issues that can plague snooker players later in the career. Lots of players struggling with upper back, neck and shoulder issues, but you don't want to be doing that at 20 years old. So he does not seem to be suffering with that today, which is good news.
Yeah, I've got a bad back from carrying my poor form for the last 10 years. like how he's played those last 2 shots though. There, Zhang Junyi fully committed to the red. Just a test of his cueing, nice and still. Dropped it in, took his medicine. Knew he was leaving a more difficult black and didn't overplay that either. Just dropped it in. Cue ball took care of itself, and now, well, he's nearly back into prime position. Feel that this could be the shot that gets him there. Perfectly played.
One.
Zhang is staying on, straight back on this table against Daniel Womersley in his next game. So if he could get the job done here in quick fashion, he'll be bouncing into that game full of confidence.
Yeah, myself and Phil Yates were actually talking about the schedule at breakfast this morning, and we were both in agreement that the second-seeded player in these Championship League groups, we feel, have got the favoured schedule. Playing these back-to-back matches now, of course, that is highly determined whether you win your match, your first match or not. Zhang can get the job done here. It puts him in a great position. Piles the pressure onto the top seed, Zhang Anda.
48.
Talking about schedules over breakfast with Phil Yates, it's what dreams are made of.
Exactly, there's a lot that goes on, you know, behind the scene, isn't there? Discussing all the big topics like Championship League schedule. We are sad, aren't we?
It is true what, I mean, you were talking about before, weren't you, about playing that first match, and then it is a long gap. And that, you know, that's what the top seed has got to deal with. Zhang Andra's got that game wrapped up quite nice and quickly against Daniel Womersley first thing. He's got a lot of time to kill before he's back to the table. He nearly didn't make it here today. His train was cancelled down from Sheffield. He only arrived at 11:15. So just in time to win 3-0.
Oh, he's visibly disappointed there with that pot on the black. He's okay, he's got the red to middle, yes, but he was playing for an area there which may have left him the corridor through the pink and reds to pop that red to left corner. As you can see, he's just overrun it a fraction. Would have been ideal to have been on them, just open up a few more, but he's okay. Can reroute back there in a few shots time. Well, he won't be because he's missed the red. So
Yanjun, 56.
it is a chance. Okay, Rossmuir comes to the table 56 behind. That break ended very prematurely for Zhang Jun. Again, just a fraction away from perfect position, and he was all but home and hosed.
Great chance for Ross there to get back into the game, which he's spurned early doors. He may have got away without leaving anything, I was going to say straightforward, but at all maybe here. So see what Zhang's got up his sleeve. Zhang's run of making a century in every game he's played this season now under severe threat. There is enough points on the table to do it. But seems unlikely now. Ross Muir's still only 30 years old, but he near enough retired from the game when he dropped off tour in 2019, and he was suffering badly with ocular migraines, which sound horrendous. You think of a migraine like a sort of splitting headache, which it's not the case with these. You just lose your vision. He was saying that at their worst, he was losing 90% of his vision, just couldn't see. That's no good for playing snooker. It's no good for anything, really.
I feel his pain with that because I suffered with them myself. It's not nice, and the trouble is the lights are so bright, the TV lights, there's a lot of glare on the balls as well. If you've got sensitive eyes, it can really affect you.
Yeah, he was saying there's not sort of one cure for it. You have to work out. He was changing his diet and his exercise, and sort of stress and pressure levels can bring it on. I don't know how you ended up dealing with them.
Well, I ended up getting glasses for a start, but I was never able to get to grips with wearing contact lenses while I was playing. It was just too irritating, so I've just gone back to having nothing and just the migraines have seemed to disappear, which is good, but I still get headaches. I really should wear glasses, but I don't. It's amazing how they can still go in every so often.
8.
Feels like I'm playing blind at times, but there we go.
So you've tried some of the Dennis Taylor specs?
I haven't tried the snooker specs, no. That would be my next point of call. But the contacts was the first sort of trial. Tried a few of them, didn't like them. So yeah, I wear glasses sort of when I'm at home, watching telly and whatnot, just to try and ease the stress on the eyes. But yeah, at the minute it doesn't seem to be affecting the snooker too much, which is good. Jiang Jun back at the table. It was well, red somehow found its way into the middle pocket and followed it up with a pretty decent pot on the black. And I'll take your pick with these reds now. 64 points in front. A couple more reds to secure this match.
Yeah, Muir may not be loving life now at the snooker table, but he is very pleased to get his career back after sort of giving it up for a while, dealing with those ocular migraines. Got back on tour 2023. Looking to push on now, but this game looks to have slipped away from him and into the grasp of Jiang Jun. So Jiang Jun wrapping up victory here, and will join
6.
Zhang under with one win on the board.
27.
Straight back on, as mentioned, Jiang Jun against Daniel Womersley, who will hope for a better performance than he managed in that first game, although against very tough opposition, of course.
Yeah, Daniel squandered a few chances against Zhang Anda, and he did have a few.
34.
So we're looking to try and cut out those basic mistakes, but Jiang Jun hasn't really shown us anything to be worried about in this game. Particularly Daniel Womersley, if he's watching on, he won't be too fearful of you know, a spotless performance, because Zhang has made mistakes too. Okay, he's got the verdict in the end, and importantly for him, he's got the 3 points, but Zhang Anda clearly the man in form at the moment.
47.
Yeah, certainly nothing can be taken for granted. You know, we're talking about the top two seeds waiting to play each other later, but they'll need to win those 2 matches beforehand. Short matches, everyone's capable of picking up results. But as Zhang knocks these balls in, he'll be feeling pretty good about himself going into that match straight after this one. As he misses that brown, that's it. Players shake hands. It's the first win of the day for Zhang Jun, beating Rossmoor 3-1. The 20-year-old from China is straight back on against Daniel Womersley. Back here in 5 minutes.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So we've had 2 matches here in Group 10 of the BetVictor Championship League, and 2 Chinese winners. Zhang An the top by virtue of frame difference over Zhang Jun. Still very early stages, of course, but Zhang Jun, if he can beat Daniel Womersley, will be looking good at the halfway stage. That is the next match here. As to confirm the results, and on the other table, our team Zhejian is 2-1 up over Long Jiang. Jackson Page a 3-1 winner over Ashley Hugill earlier. He was saying in this heat he felt the table was playing very heavy, and of course he does, a bit like his mentor Mark Williams, like to float the balls in, but anyway, these are things that players have to adapt to in this heat. So Zhang Jun successful against Ross Muir there, 3-1 up against Womersley, of course beaten 3-0 by Zhang An. That had a half chance to force a respot but in the last frame, but didn't do so.
Womersley will need a radical improvement to contend in this match. An improvement on the performance he put up against Zhang, which was not good. Stephen Hallworth and myself were talking over breakfast actually today about the best slot, the best schedule, and I personally believe, and I think Stephen agreed with me, that the second seed gets that. In this case, Zhang Jun plays back-to-back matches early, and if you can win both of those, that puts everyone else in the group under massive pressure. So you get to play back-to-back matches as the second seed. The top seed doesn't play back-to-back matches. He plays in match 1, 4 and 6.
Oh, nice initial pot. Of course, he's nicely warmed up after his first match. Bit of a one-off in terms of how he plays. He does seem to hit the balls hard, but bottom line is he hasn't lost a match this season. 5 out of 5 so far. He qualified for China and Wuhan Opens. Of course, just beaten Ross Muir 3-1. He's already made 4 centuries, so it's working.
Yeah, another Chinese player on the rise, no doubt about that. He's that rare combination. He's quite slow, but he's also attacking.
4.
Well, already high on this blue with a chance to develop reds. Just came round to check for plants. Could play for the reds just above the black. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
I can't escape the impression watching Jiang that he really wants it. One of those players who makes it abundantly clear that he's desperate for success.
Yeah, well, I did the judgment day, of course, at the World Championship, and I think that definitely cost him, actually. I think he wanted it a bit too much. He was 9-all with Stan Moody and was in first in the decider. And he had a yellow that normally would pop, but he built it up so much, he kept looking at it, and you almost knew he was going to miss it. He just made it a much bigger shot than it needed to be. And that was his last shot, because Stan Moody made a century to win 10-9 and qualify for the Crucible.
He jumped up off that one. He wasn't quite sure he'd hit it thin enough, but he just about wriggled in. By the way, on table 2, another Chinese player, Long Ziwang, looking to salvage a 2-all draw against our team Zhuzhen. Long is 27 ahead, with plenty still on in the fourth and final frame.
24.
Zhang beat Mark Selby, amongst others, in Llandudno last season to reach the quarterfinals of the Welsh Open, where he just lost out to Wu Yize. 5-4, he'd already been in the quarters of the Scottish Open earlier in the season. Beat Barry Hawkins, Dave Gilbert, Tepchara New there, so he's already racking up some good scalps. Matt Selt beat him 5-2 in Edinburgh. The thing is, of course, the way the rankings work, it's prize money, so not every quarter-final is equal. The home nation's a little lower on the tariff than some of the other tournaments. But even so, it's a good sign that he's getting through to the business end of tournaments.
33.
He's actually in the position in the rankings that no one wants to be. World number 65, just on the outside looking in, but I'm sure he will improve on that as the season progresses.
And again, he's had a look at getting into them here. Well, is he on it? The body language suggests not. A rather sheepish look on his face, and kind of felt that was frame over if he gets on a red there. Yeah, touching ball called by referee John Pellew. At least that helps with the safety.
Touching ball, yes.
You can just take the cue ball back to bulk. Got a useful 40-point lead. I think, Phil, we saw yesterday Chang Bingyu. There are players who you think are obviously going to do well, and Chang's one of those. And then there's always a couple. Lei Pei Fan was one, wasn't he? Who sort of come out of almost nowhere, really, and surprise you. And maybe Zhang Jun is more in that category. But I think a lot of people definitely kind of have him on the list of players who could, you know, cause a few upsets this season.
Yeah, definitely. And the reason for that, he can score consistently heavily, and that's what you've got to do in the modern game. But his burning desire to do well might be a negative factor, actually. Might hold him back in the big moments. He's very demonstrative.
Daniel Womersley's got a good man in his corners here today. Barry Stark, coach, former player, but certainly well regarded as a coach now. Although he might not have enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, I was pleased to see Barry earlier. For a number of years, of course, he was the man behind Kyron Wilson.
Well, at least Womersley didn't leave a pot on there, but he sort of surrendered the tactical advantage. Lost in the last 32 of both the Q School events, so you have to get to the quarterfinals and win that match to get on. That was very thin, too thin. Cue ball racing back towards Reg. He's going to leave one on here. To right corner.
Yeah, the way he played against Zhang was pretty poor, actually. I said right at the start of this match he would need a radical improvement. And as yet, there's no sign of it.
Well, that has worked out about as well as it could. So, chance number 2 for Zhang Jun in this opening frame. I think it is tough for the Q School top-ups because they're not to know actually if they're going to get in this event till quite late. It depends on how many pros enter. And after the Q School, if you don't get through, it's understandable with the Q Tour a little way off that you're going to put your Q down and not be practicing, where, of course, the pros with the qualifiers last week were. So already you feel like you're kind of a little bit playing catch-up before you started.
Yeah, good point that, and they weren't just any old qualifiers, they were qualifying rounds for 2 very lucrative tournaments.
Sam.
You look at Zhang Jun's Q action, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing, but it's clearly effective. The head is actually a little diagonal across the Q, which is unusual.
12. There
you saw it illustrated perfectly. His face and the cue are not necessarily facing in the same direction.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of kind of unorthodox approaches over the years, techniques, but if it works for you, you don't change it,
19.
I guess.
And there I was at the start of the frame saying he was quite slow, but he's not been slow in this break. And I think that's good to see. I think in the modern game, if you are bogged down, folks might say, well, that affects your opponent negatively, but I think it also affects you. Increasing the pace, never a bad thing.
25.
Obviously, you don't want to be running around the table playing hastily, but you don't want to be too ponderous either. It's striking a balance.
Frame ball. He's needed a couple of chances here. It was a poor safety from Womersley, and it looked
26.
likely to be costly, and it has been. And Zhang Jun proving, I think, if you win that first match, you love playing back-to-back. He, of course, plays the last match later with Zhang Anda, which is starting to look like it's going to decide things one way or another. Of course, Ross Muir plays Zhang before that and then plays Womersley, so he's not out of it yet.
3. 40. 45. 46.
Good potter. Clearly he knows how to have command of the wide ball as well. Although not on that occasion. It was too late though to save Womersley's skin. First frame is effectively over.
52. Zhang Jun.
Yeah, Zhang Jun dominated the frame and backs up the win over Rossmuir by already taking a 1-0 lead over Daniel Womersley. Now, interesting match up next door. Long Zhihang trailing 2-1 to our team Zhejian, who just looked like he played a shot that could have lost him the frame. He dropped him behind the blue, snookering Long, but he knocked the black in, same shot. So, of course, he's got to then play the escape, but no damage done. He's 30 points behind. Long looking to, of course, continue Chinese success today. Jackson Page beat Ashley Hugel 3-1. It's a tough group, this, I think. They're all really good players, actually, because Hugel back on tour. Zhejian scored really heavily in the qualifiers. And Long is a very dependable player as well, former semi-finalist in the Wuhan Open.
Yeah, and a 2-all draw would be very much in favour of Jackson Page, who in that first match got a win under his belt. Took him a while though, unusually slow match for him.
Yeah, as I say, he was saying he just found the conditions quite trying. He thought the table was quite heavy. Anyway, that continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Womersley played 4, lost 4 in terms of frames so far. And that is not good. I mean, if the pink had gone in, that would have been very unusual, but the more worrying thing is he's left this red on.
At the end of the season, the World Snooker Tour have their awards. It seems every year another one is added. If there's an award for the worst break of the season, that could be an early candidate. It was a shocker.
Well, the last thing, yes, you want to do is, when you've just lost a frame comprehensively, is just hand the opening to your opponent, which he's kind of done, as long as he can negotiate this initial red with the rest.
One.
Just a footnote, we were over on table 2. We left just as our team Zhejian potted a really good red, but then he missed a short-range black, and now Long Ziwang is bang in to win the frame and gain that 2-all draw. What an error from Zhang.
One.
Womersley hasn't scored yet. He needs to put that to rights. An extended visit to the table here would be very welcome.
Eight.
Yeah, table time is what he needs. Just try and pot a few and just get his cue on going and just sort of settle in properly. to the day's action. And of course, that's the beauty of the Championship League. You do get 3 matches guaranteed in the group.
Nine.
The delivery van is back. We had the ice cream van earlier. Yeah, we're right next door to Abbey Park, which is, as it sounds, a big park next door. I'm sure the ice cream vendor is doing great business.
6.
Yes, the park, an oasis of greenery in an industrial landscape.
Seventy.
Longsy Wang still at the table. He is going to win that 4th frame. It is going to be a 2-all draw.
$23.
Now then, obviously looking to get the reds into play. Although he's come pretty high on this blue. Well, that'll do. You're just looking to be on one, really.
28.
John Pellou's moved in to view, just making sure there's no push shot.
Thank you. 29.
You might have seen John Pellew a lot during the World Championship, actually, but not in the accustomed role. If you remember the setup at the Crucible, he was one of the security people, and he was sitting basically down towards the bulk end of the table, in between the 2 tables, looking away from the action, just to make sure there was nothing going on that shouldn't have been.
Well, I think he's a comforting presence in general, isn't he, John? Whether he's reffing or just,
34.
as you say, on security. Someone worked out actually that he refereed more matches than anyone last season, because of course this Championship League, there's so many of them. All the qualifying as well, the main events.
Another ball Womersley misses that he really should not have. The yellow in the way a little. Yes, he's stretching to a certain degree, but they aren't valid excuses.
One.
Thanks a lot, he says.
As soon as he pointed the red, you knew he was going to make contact with the blue. It was the worst contact he could have hoped for.
Well, Phil Haig was mentioning, because I did the match actually in qualifying, played Jimmy White, but he seemed to have a real issue with his shoulder. But that seems to be a temporary thing, which is good because he's only 20. just on the day, I think. In fact, Jimmy at the end, in his nice way, was sort of giving him advice about what to do.
Zhang One.
Next match on table 2 will be Long Zhang against Ashley Hugill. Cue ball. Oh dear.
Foul for Zhang Jun.
Doesn't mind getting up and down on the shot. Nowhere near the target there. And to get away the way he has done, that's really fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky, wasn't he, not to career into the reds there. You know, he could easily have left Womersley amongst them, but in fact he's left him with nothing, really.
Must be quite a frustrating player to come up against, Zhang Jun, because around the table he is something of a maverick. He actually reminds me in many respects of Dechuat Poomjang without the smile.
Well, does he think this is a plan? This is a big shot if he's playing this. He's having a good look at it. To left corner. One way or another, this is going to be a big shot in the frame. Not close at all.
Analyst's nightmare, this guy. You never know what he's going to do next.
I mean, there was a bit of safety involved, but you can't know where the reds are going to finish. He would have been fortunate not to leave one on. He has left this one. But Womersley unable to take advantage. And now, of course, all the balls are in play, which favours Zhang as he's trailing. So can he benefit after all?
Yeah, pink and black in close proximity in an unusual area of the table. But, yeah, Dave's right. This has to amount to a chance.
One.
Quite often stays down on shots, giving the impression he's not quite sure whether they're in or not, and yet they go in to the middle of the pocket. There's so much about him that's different to the rest.
6.
It's an advantage as long as you're good as well, which he is, because he's hard to read, I think, if you're an opponent.
11.
Having the blue as the only high value colour is not ideal, obviously. But he can work around the unconventional position of pink and black. He can do that because the reds are more than reasonably open.
17.
And he's even got one towards the balk line, which might prove a fail-safe if he's on the
18.
incorrect side of the blue at any point.
Well, he's certainly got no problem playing shots with pace when it comes to getting back on the blue, so that's kind of what he does anyway. I commentate with Joe Johnson on when he beat Selby in the Welsh, and Joe couldn't believe how hard he hit the ball. Reminded him of a player in Joe's club as a youth who he reckoned he once saw split a ball in half. Don't know whether that's an accurate memory or not.
24.
Well, let's put it this way, I would like to have seen it.
Yellow ball.
I once, as a junior golfer, split a golf ball in half
26.
playing a shot. And I just didn't know what to do according to the rules. One half of it went one way, one half of it went the other. But the ironic thing was the ball was called A Price is Everlasting. Well, that's not the kind of fluke that will give Daniel Womersley any encouragement. He missed that by a mile, and yet it flops in.
I was just thinking that the only way you could fluke that is to miss it by a long way, so it's just complete injustice. But to quote our team Zhuzhen in the other group, that's the game, man. It's not finished any good, really.
29.
He's actually a really good watch, Zhang Jun, apart from the fact he's got lots of game. He's so unpredictable. Makes it entertaining. Look at this shot he's taking on. That was asking a lot, it really was.
Just refused to sort of accept
Jung
that the break was over, which it is, but of course now he's put the red over the pocket. So 1 point in the frame. Still this last red to deal with as well.
One.
Hasn't really got a great angle on anything here. Looking at the snooker, I think.
Ball.
Just get Zhang in trouble.
One. Foul. And a miss. 4.
Very much on the right road,
Daniel
but not enough
Womersley.
pace. Womersley should have made a better job of that snooker and got the cue ball deeper in behind the black to make the escape much more difficult. This, now he's got the first shot out of the way, I think he'll make the necessary adjustment and drop onto it.
Thank you. Thank you. Foul. And a miss.
Well,
4.
very wasteful that, wasn't it? Not going to have it put back, obviously, but it's putting him in from here. Now, where's this going to finish? Close to the pocket.
And the red bounced. He's like a jack in the box, isn't he? Yes, we know about the awkward pink and black, but if he takes the yellow here, obviously he comes back on the table, then yellow to blue, that would be enough to leave Womersley requiring a snooker. Tell you one thing, Dave, whether he wins or loses, he's one of those players who will expend an awful lot of mental energy in a match, in a session.
Yeah, and he didn't play that as well as he could have, really, in terms of holding for the green. He's played that really well, so he has held nicely, and now surely it's going to be 2-0. Womersley had quite an innocuous safety, really, just trying to flick off the red on the baulk cushion, completely missed it. Was put in again and then left it over the pocket.
Eight.
Yeah, it feels like every shot is a bit of an event, but he's sort of deceptively talented, I think, Zhang Jun, and clearly, as you say, bang up for it. Brown and blue needed then for 2-0. That would guarantee him 4 points, but of course a chance to get another 2 from the match. And then the target will be to win 3-0 to match what Zhang did against Daniel Womersley, because he's taken Zhang on later in what is kind of looking like the group decider. Ross Muir will have something to say about that, of course. He's got 2 matches in between.
17.
Well, it's the old in or over, I suppose, here. Yeah, keep that out.
Zhang Zhong, 17.
Yeah, he's seen enough. So Zhang Jun takes a 2-0 lead over Daniel Womersley. As I say, now he'll be targeting not only 3 points, but a 3-0 win to take the early lead in this group. Table 2, Long Zhihang has drawn 2-2 with our team Zhejian, but he's about to go 1-0 up on Ashley Hugel, who was beaten 3-1 by the top seed in this group, Jackson Page, earlier on.
And let's remind ourselves that already of the 4 group winners, 2 of them have hailed from the People's Republic of China.
68.
Zhu Se, and the performance of the tournament so far came from Chang Bingyu.
$73.
In his early days playing Q Sports, Dave, he started out
77.
as a pool player, Long Ziwang. Actually saw his name involved in a big junior final. I'll give you the precise details in a moment, but that's how he started wielding a cue, and now on the snooker table, which is, of course, of much greater dimensions. I think he's really solid.
Well, a fine start for Long Zhihang. This is a clearance of 95 to lead 1-0. Back we go. Match in Multisport YouTube channel, of course, for Table 2. Oh dear. Well, he needs cover. Doesn't want the white in. Okay, so is he going to play one onto another here? It's not guaranteed to pop this because he's not absolutely hanging in the jaws. Not any contact is going to knock it in. Well, he got no contact. He got nowhere near it. Yeah, he'd like that one again, I think.
I'm just thinking about that match you were talking about earlier. Mark Selby against Zhang Jun in the Welsh Open. Now, if you think about a clash of styles, I can't imagine anything more diverse. Yeah, just quickly going back to Long Ziwang. He did start out as a pool player. He won the 2015 World 9-Ball Junior Championship. So quite a transition, that.
Six.
Wormesley's scoring has been, well, to put it diplomatically, limited so far today. He will not get a better opportunity than this.
10. Thank you. 13.
We've been highlighting the fact that Zhang is so unorthodox. When it comes to his cue action, Wormesley is very down the line.
20. 21.
Well, he's a former shootout quarter-finalist, 2022, of course, very different form of the game.
Yeah, as a traditionalist, I should be dead against the shootout, but I absolutely love it. It's a sort of
28.
guilty pleasure watching that.
Well, we saw Ross Muir, who's in this group, make an extraordinary clearance last year. And I think Ross would admit he's not the quickest player naturally, but he got on with it that day.
Thank you. 29.
Not too big a call to say that from here,
36.
Womersley really should secure his first frame of the day.
$37.
Yeah, and if he does, of course, he has the chance for the draw, and that keeps him in the hunt. I would guess for third place, it's probably the best he can do now, but that means, of course, he gets some money out of the day. If you finish fourth, you don't get anything.
$45.
Zhang Jun attempted that long-range plan, got nowhere near making contact with the red near the left corner pocket, and Womersley, so far so good, just needs to continue for a few more balls here, but this is by far his best visit the whole day to press.
Thank you. 51.
And there's every chance he could go on to make three figures here, and that would be a feather in the cap. Always nice to say I've made a televised century. Not many players can.
Yeah, and who knows, you know, because of the high breaks coming into play, possibly, it could be very significant if he can.
58.
He would also break the Welsh and Chinese stranglehold on centuries.
59.
So far we've had 8. Chang Bing-yu has made 3 of them. Dylan Emery has made 3 of them. And Jamie Clark's made the other 2. Chang Bing-yu, of course, a 145. He had a chance for a maximum against Ryan Day in the last frame. It was one of those frames where nothing could change. Ryan Day smashed him up, and it was a good chance, but he just lost his way. There was one red down towards the bulk end. He didn't get on a colour off it, or sorry, didn't get on the black off it. Elected to pop the brown instead, although he missed it. Anyway, this black for 2-1, and this has been a really good effort considering he lost his first 5 frames of the day. Yeah, good stuff.
And if Womersley could gain a 2-all draw, that would be manna from heaven for Zhang Gander. He'd be loving that.
5. Daniel Williams, 75.
Well, shame not a century,
Lovely.
but 75. He did what he had to do, which was punish the mistake from Zhang, that plant that went wrong. And Daniel Womersley wins his first frame of the day. It means we got one more, of course, guaranteed, with Zhang Jun leading 2-1. Long Zhang won that opening frame against Ashley Hugel. This is frame 2. Hugel, good to see him back on tour through the Global Q Tour playoffs. Very hard worker. In fact, practices quite a bit at the Victoria Academy. We talk about the Chinese players practice there, but he's had a lot of really good matches there himself. Well, he was kind of looking all over there to see what was going to happen, but it's not finished too good for him. Of course, he has played at the Crucible. He played Neil Robertson, who always seemed to play well in round 1 there, and did so again. That continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as I'm sure you know by now. Last frame then, can Daniel Womersley, well, I was going to say make a better fist of the break-off, and the answer is no. He got away with it, but that's breaking bad. If they're going to bring that back, maybe he could be a replacement for Brian Cranston based on the 2 break-off shots. Is this a treble he's playing? Who knows with Zhang Jun? He's nowhere near the double, put it that way.
For viewers of a certain vintage, I think it's fair to say that Zhang Jun is the Chinese Tony Draco. By the way, like that Dave Breaking Bad, I'll be stealing that one at every available opportunity.
It seemed it was on his mind, I think, after the first one, but the second one, it was no better. He didn't leave anything on from it. So, I mean, it's literally the only shot you're guaranteed to play in any match is the break-off. It's gone wrong twice.
It actually went spectacularly wrong on this table in the very first frame today. Zhang Ander broke off, caught the blue on the way back to balk, full ball, and almost knocked the blue into the green pocket.
Well, there was grainy footage posted recently, Phil, on WST Play of the 1994 Scottish Masters final between Ken Doherty and I think Stephen Hendry. You were commentating, and frame 1, Ken broke off and he potted a red into the green bag. Still not quite sure how.
You know what I remember of that, Dave? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well,
news to me, that.
Yeah, it was just odd. Stephen saw the funny side, needless to say.
That was a really good tournament, the old Scottish Masters. One of the highlights of the calendar.
Foul.
As Daniel Womersley fouls.
4.
Yeah, very quickly called it on himself there.
Snooker in that era, which wasn't exactly in the dim and distant past, was very different. You had a lot more invitation events. Irish Masters, Scottish Masters. An event in Belgium. The Masters, of course. One of my great memories about the Scottish Masters was 95, actually. I was commentating with Willie Thorne, and it coincided the tournament with the Ryder Cup at Oak Hill, when Europe won on American soil. And when they got the winning point, Willie, of course, who was watching on one of the monitors, actually cheered into his microphone. It wasn't the most professional moment I've ever seen. With so many reds either in bulk or up towards it. These two need to be circumspect here. Whoever gets in first, because so many reds are open, whoever gets in first should make a few. And the player in first is the one who won the third frame.
Yes, it has to be said, when Zhang Jun went 2-0 up, he looked a certainty to win the match, probably 3-0, but Daniel Womersley, with that good contribution in the last, will be feeling much better and more confident now he's got this chance.
Four.
I'll tell you what, that was very unnecessary. He's been lucky to leave himself the brown, I believe.
Yeah, sailed a bit close to the win there. Could easily have been really touching that yellow. And he has missed the brown. Oh dear, well, it was a really promising opening, that, and it's only come to 5 points. And Zhang Jun gets a pretty easy starter.
He's the kind of player, Zhang, if he made a century, you wouldn't be surprised. If he missed the first red, you wouldn't be surprised.
Three.
On table two, Ashley Hugill in pursuit of multiple snookers against Longzi Wang, who's almost at 2-0.
Four.
If he can get to 3-1, Zhang Jun. Obviously, that's a position of strength. It's 6 points in the bag. But he also lost a frame against Ross Muir. Now, Zhang Anda completed a 3-0 win over Daniel Womersley. So if Zhang can beat Muir 3-0 or 3-1, he would only need a draw against Zhang in their more than likely table-topping showdown.
10. Thank you. 11. 16. Seventeen.
Now then, trying to get them all singing here. What a beautiful split that is. That could be a match winner for Zhang Jun. So Daniel Womersley had the chance for 2-2. Will he get another now? After this shot, you've got to say probably not.
3.
It is very sticky out there, not just hot, but also humid. But I'll say exactly what I said towards the tail end of Womersley's defeat by Zhang earlier. He cannot complain about a lack of chances.
Yeah, and if he does win, he'll be in the position of hoping for a draw between Zhang Anda and Ross Muir. Doesn't want Ross to win that because, of course, then he's got another one to play. So 2-2 would suit him fine. And it would mean that he himself would only need a draw against Zhang. It's all ifs and buts, as it always is here at the Championship League, but it's in his hands to win the match is the point and get to 6. And then the pressure does transfer to Zhang, who, of course, is in that position that Stephen Hallworth, our colleague, was in yesterday, where you played a match, it's finished quite quickly, and then you've got a long time to wait for the next match. You know, that was done by about 11:45. He didn't play again until 4:30, so it's a lot of hanging about. He came down on the train, so he's not got a hotel.
Yeah, echoes what I was saying about the fact that I think the second seed in these groups has the best schedule.
39.
Yeah, he came down the train. His train was actually cancelled, so he had to get a later one. He only got here about 11:15, Zhang, but he's not the sort of character to fret about things, I don't think. Probably just wasn't even worrying about it. So 45 in front.
46.
I mean, things can go wrong at any time, but it's going to have to go wrong very soon and very unexpectedly from here. This is a sort of, you know, throw the balls on the table for a practice, isn't it, where they are?
47. 52.
He does play some unorthodox shots. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
53.
And yet, you know, he's capable of big performances, big wins. When he's in, he controls the cue ball with aplomb.
59.
This red is match ball. So he did what he had to do. And let's take advantage of Womersley's missed brown. And it's going to be a successful morning's work for Zhang Jun. The maximum 6 points. Has lost 2 frames, so that might come into it later. But overall, he's got the points on the board.
65. $66.
Well, if high breaks, of course, play a part, then this is a chance to make a substantial one here, potentially a century. It's on 66 right now, 70 with the brown, still 43 left. I'm not convinced every player in the event has necessarily scrutinised the format, but hopefully he's aware.
$71.
Also, you just want to make a century, don't you? Why not? He's had 4 this season already, and those very successful qualifiers for the China and Wuhan Opens just here last week.
$76.
There's no reliable tell when he plays a shot, whether he's potted it or not. Sometimes he jumps up looking aghast and they go into the middle of the pockets. Other times he is serene and they miss.
I think he's just a very watchable character, isn't he? He's an interesting player to watch, I think. He does things his own way, but he does them effectively. He still hasn't lost a match this season. 6 out of 6 this is, in terms of wins.
Thank you.
And I know for sure that he
77.
places great store on making centuries, so he'll be keen to put another one on his side of the ledger here.
Well, he's not done that, but 77 completes victory for Zhang Jun and indeed completes a successful session for the 20-year-old Chinese. He's won both of his matches and for now will be top of the table at the halfway stage. Of course, he has played a match more than the top seed in this group, Zhang Anda. Daniel Womersley, clearly now the best he can do is 3rd position. So this is how it all stands. Zhang Jun, of course, top with 2 wins, so 6 points. Zhang Anda, it's worth saying, of course, he's only played 1 match. He did win it 3-0, so the frames, of course, could decide things later. Ross Muir still with 2 matches left to play in the afternoon session. So this is the order of play for later. We're back at 4:30 local time. We kick off with Zhang Anda, Ross Muir, but it looks like the big match is going to be the last one there. Zhang against Zhang Jun. Table 2, Jackson Page, of course, won his first match. He's got 2 to play later. That's a tight group. It's still 2-0 to Long Zhihang against Asher Hugel. So it'll be interesting to see how both groups pan out later. You can join us at 4:30 for more. But for now, from the whole team here in Leicester, it's goodbye.
This is officially the hottest June day in UK history, but the extreme temperatures haven't stopped the snooker at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. And now we've arrived at the crux of day 3 of the ranking event that is the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Over on table 1, it's been a grand opening session for the Chinese contingent. Zhang Anda put together a trio of 50-plus breaks in overcoming Daniel Womersley 3-0, but it's Zhang Jun who tops the Group 10 table thanks to back-to-back 3-1 wins. So right now, Zhang leads the way with 6 points to his credit, but significantly, Zhang has a match in hand. Over on table 2, Jackson Page finds himself in the prime contention after a first-round victory over Ashley Ugill. But this could yet turn into a tied battle, especially if Page struggles in the first contest of Session 2 against Artem Zhizhin. Confirmation, Zhang Jun, 6 points. But if Zhang Anda were to win the next match we're going to show you and then beat Zhang Jun in the nightcap, well, the top seed would advance at Jan's expense. Daniel Womersley out of contention for progress. Just a while ago, Long Ziwang and Ashley Hugill played out a 2-all draw. That was Long's second draw of the day. So if Jackson Page were to win his next match, which is coming up in a few moments against Artem Zhizhin, then Page would go through with a match to spare, as we saw with Ian Burns on table 2 yesterday. So this is the order of play. There it is, Page against Zhizhin. First matchup on table 1, Zhang Anda against Ross Muir. Now don't forget, you can access every ball potted on table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We're concentrating on table 1 though, and first into the fray there, it's top seed Anda against Muir, for whom only victory will be good enough to keep hopes of progress alive. Here we go. So, Stephen Hallworth, I think it's fair to say Zhang will be looking to replicate the way he started out today, making breaks of 88, 57 and 64 in beating Daniel Womersley 3-0. That said, though, Ross Muir can be very stubborn indeed. And I wouldn't completely discount a win for Muir that would put this group back on its head.
Yeah, you can never discount anyone in this format. You know, it's short sprints, aren't they? But Zhang Anda, he's been the best player of this group so far. There's no doubt about it in terms of the performance itself. Played well in his opener. Wasn't tested, but he did play well. Zhang Jun is sat at the top of the table, 2 wins from 2, maximum 6 points so far. But it looked like this group would go down to the final match, and it could well do that between the top seed and second seed.
For what it's worth, so far, small sample size admittedly, we've had 4 completed groups. 2 top seeds have gone through, 2 second seeds. Zhang Anda, renowned for his cue ball control at the business end of the table, accumulating points. If he starts to knock in the long ones as well, watch out. He can be formidable. That was a really good pot.
Yeah, he's just checking out this black spot. Is it available? If not, can negotiate a little cannon to the red above it. Just try and nudge them away. That's perfect. I think he can just get through to this red's left corner now, above the black, and that will completely open up access to the black now. Well controlled.
I mentioned earlier, Stephen, that he'd made 5 1-4-7s in professional competition. Could be accused here with justification of a premature call, but 2 reds, 2 blacks, and they are well spread. Okay, there's that rogue red up in bulk, but that's a problem he could solve if he gets that far.
Oh, you have gone early there, haven't you, Phil? But I can see why. Here's a good chance, and okay, there's a few reds that are spread. There's no reason that Zhang Anda should head up the table in terms of his colours. He can keep himself on the black for as long as possible here.
But with no great financial incentive to make a 1-4-7, he goes for the blue, and what does he do? Misses a routine red. It was the same old story against Womersley in his first match. When Zhang did make mistakes, he wasn't punished.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Phil? If you make those mistakes and you're not punished, you're inevitably not put under any pressure whatsoever. And the trouble is, you're playing someone in this sort of company, Zhang Anda. He's, quite a formidable player now. He's very, very clinical when he gets in. And if you don't put someone like him under pressure, he's just going to cruise to the winning line.
Well, I think he falls into the same bracket as Chang Ving-Yu, who we saw win a group with maximum points yesterday. I think not only is he a potential group winner, he's a potential winner of the whole thing. They have played twice before, these two, and on both occasions Zhang prevailed. One of those matches was quite recently, last year's Welsh Open, last 64. Zhang won 4-2, making a 130 break in the process. The other meeting was very recently. China Open qualifiers. Zhang won 6-2. He trailed 2-1 actually to Muir, but then won the last 5 frames. In that match, making a top break of 120. So Muir well aware of his scoring capabilities.
Yeah, this is the same across the board at the top of the game, and I do class Zhang Anda as a top player because he is. If you don't put them under pressure early, they're just very at ease. The game is very easy to them.
31.
It's important to get on top of them quickly. Just let them know that they're in a match and that if they do make the mistakes, they will be punished.
Well, he's made one there, actually. OK, he's on the yellow, but not so appetising that he feels as though the pot is something he should go for. That said, has he played that shot to best effect?
Well, he can certainly see the red, Ross, but how much of it, I'm not sure. I don't think he can get to the potting angle, but he can certainly get to the right edge as he looks.
Well, certainly against one of the game's elite players, that would not be advised. That kind of shot. This red is eminently potable. I can't imagine that Zhang would throw down the gauntlet on purpose. But again, no consequences for what was a sloppy safety, I thought.
Yeah, as long as he got a good cue ball, it was an attempt or a shot that Ross couldn't really refuse, and the fact that cue ball was deep enough into baulk made it missable. And it was fraught with danger, clearly, because in missing it, he's done a lot of damage, Ross, and presumably now he isn't going to make any more mistakes. Zhang Anda, he'll take this frame.
Of course, we don't know how he's feeling inside, but he seems really laid back to me. We were just up in the players' room, actually, shooting the breeze, and I noticed he was in there on a couch reclining. Doesn't seem the kind of fellow who would be stressed out by anything. This frame should be in the books. Frame ball already potted, and then
50.
that extra red makes pretty much certain.
Well, in his opening game, Ross Muir continued on for snookers when it looked, well, didn't just look, it was virtually impossible for him to get them with just pink and black on the table, but the black was welded to the top cushion. And he needs a couple of snookers here, just 59 on. So 3 snookers, in fact. or a free ball. And he's going to carry on and just try and take some points with these reds, but he won't be pleased with that positional shot. Can't pot the pink. I don't think he can get through to the black, and in potting the blue, the obvious pocket for his next reds would be this right corner, which clearly is not accessible. So this is a bit of an exhibition shot coming up for Ross Muir.
And with the blue, he would leave himself needing 4 snookers. 64 behind, 51 on. That is that now, though. He's well behind. There's no way back. He concedes. And Zhang Anda, even though he made a few mistakes there, continues on his merry way. He won his first match 3-0. That's his 4th frame of the day without reply. Now over on table 2, our team Zhizhen looking in control of the opening frame against Jackson Page. 40 up, 35 on, so Page needs a couple of snookers. Zhizhen is in 1, but it should be a pretty simple hit. It isn't. He's around the back of it.
Page 4.
So maybe there's life in the frame yet. Remember, just to reiterate, if Jackson Page wins that match, he will win the group, even before he plays his closing contest of the evening against Long Ziwang. Again, another reminder, you can see all of the Table 2 action on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, and we'll keep you updated as the afternoon stroke evening progresses. To stand any chance of winning the table himself, Muir has to win this match 3-1 and then overcome Womersley next. So he's at the point of no return. With a 2-all draw, that means that Muir is out.
Well, that was a complete miss-hit. He's caught the wrong side of the red there, Ross, in attempting the long red. Never nice, that, as a player, when it happens. It fills you with dread. It saps the confidence from you, especially because he played it in such a way that he was trying to get the cue ball back up the table. Hit it so badly, he's left Zhang Anda right in amongst them.
Six.
incorrect side of the blue, and not a great amount of angle on the blue either. So manoeuvrability might be somewhat restricted. To such an extent, Stephen, he simply dabbed back off the blue and left himself something that could easily go astray. That's why he's played safe, and I can't blame him at all.
Oh, but look at how badly he's played the safety shot. That is so lucky. He had no control over that red ball, the object ball there, and look at the flick he's had to the brown to cover the red over this right corner pocket. That is a massive touch for Zhang Anda.
And those subtle pieces of luck can have such a massive difference. They can change not only a frame or a match, but also an entire tournament.
Yeah, and it's funny because there'll be a lot of people at home watching that shot, and because Zhang Anda didn't hold his hand up in apology for what was a massive slice of fortune, a lot of people would just jump to the conclusion that he played it. I can assure you he didn't.
Yeah, I think there's a place for apologies in snooker. Sometimes I think they are a little too frequent. Again, not following the chief rule of safety, which is to leave the object ball awkward out of the way. Not got going yet, has he? Yeah.
No, not at all, but this could have been left a lot easier. What can Zhang Anda do with it? Can he just drop it in and hold for the pink? Yeah, no problem. But again, this pink is not a gimme. You fancy him for it. Couple of reds in play. That black is out of play. So work to be done. Although having played him last week in the qualifier, Zhang Anda, he's very, very good to the middle pockets because he's very accurate. That sort of shot to him, I sense, comes very, very easy.
By the way, if you weren't watching earlier on when we discussed that match, Stephen beat Zhang Anda 5-4 in the final qualifying round of the Wuhan Open. But that was only half the story. He needed a snooker in the deciding frame. Real feather in the cap, that, Stephen. I know you beat Luca Bracel in the previous round, but in many respects, overcoming Zhang in that manner, that must have given you an awful lot of pride.
Yeah, beating Zhang Anda this season isn't for everyone. Yeah, I played brilliantly well. He played well too. It was a good game to be involved in. It's just nice to sort of go toe-to-toe with the top player, I suppose, and took a lot of confidence actually from beating Luca Bracel in the previous round. Quite handsomely as well, 5-1. Did fancy the job against Zhang. Bit of payback for last season. He knocked me out of 2 events. Yeah, good game. Not very often you win a match, particularly in a deciding frame, having needed a snooker. So yeah, big feather in my cap. I was pleased with it. But the thing with Zhang as well is he's got such a good temperament that things like that don't tend to seem to affect him. You know, he's able to just brush it off, erase it from memory, reset and go again. And he seems to have done that because from what we've seen today, he looks pretty sharp.
Don't want to get your hopes up, Stephen, but there have been plenty of instances over the years where someone has won a match having required a snooker and then gone on to lift the trophy. And it's happened to a well-known commentator, Dominic Dale, when he won the Grand Prix back in the 90s. I think it was in the last 16 against Dave Harold. He needed a snooker in the deciding frame on the brown and came through that and ended up lifting the silverware.
Yeah, well, we've started spending the first prize money for the Wuhan already, Phil, so we thoroughly expect that prediction to come in. Just trying to plan my calendar around it as well, because off the back of that I'll be in a lot more events as well come the end of the season, so yeah, lots to look forward to.
I don't know what you're dripping more, sweat or sincerity.
Listen, if that comes true, well, I'll buy you a drink, let's say that.
I think I want two drinks, Moe and Chandon. Not champagne snooker from Zhang so far, but good enough. And he's pulling away in this frame nicely as well. There you see what Stephen said about his middle pocket accuracy. And it's such an asset because these tables, they do not resemble club tables in any way. All the pockets are very different, but the middles particularly, they're the most penalising.
Yeah, the middles, they're brutal. They really are. I think most players on the tour would agree. Obviously, we're using the different Rasson tables for this event, the invitational version of this, and of course the Champion of Champions, but predominantly we play on the star tables. They also possess very tight middles, especially the pace in which he knocks them into as well. You really do have to be so accurate. It's hard to explain to the Joe public just how tight they are until you've had a go. If you get a chance to, have a go on these tables because, yeah, they're very, very unforgiving.
Yeah, what I always say is that if you come to an event, and of course the crowds for snooker these days around the world are very healthy indeed. If you come to an event, before the match starts, just have a look down towards the balk rail, look down the line of the yellow and imagine trying to pot it from hand to the middle pocket. There's nothing to aim for. And yet these guys make it look very easy. So for Zhang Anda, barring something miraculous, it's 5 frames played today, 5 frames won. Highest break of the day so far for Zhang, 88. That could easily be eclipsed here. Not just able to execute the shot, Stephen, but also able to see the patterns. The break building patterns, how best to go about things in terms of the way he manoeuvres the cue ball.
Yeah, it's very neat, very tidy, very much in control. He's a proper scorer, he's a proper player, isn't he? This is why he is where he is in the world rankings, and it's where he belongs. Mesmerisingly good at his very best. Fortunately for Ross, he's got the best seat in the house.
Well, funnily enough, he was saying that one of the good things about being here is that at least when he's sitting down watching the other guy, he's got that hand fan and he can keep himself cool. But it's never a pleasurable experience to watch someone pot balls that might well have been going in your direction. There's the century. By my reckoning, the 9th of the tournament. Well, the pink is missed, but it made no difference whatsoever. All goals achieved there for Zhang Ganda. Yes, he made his highest break of the day, his first century. And yes, even more importantly, he moved 2-0 ahead of Ross Muir. One more frame, and a 3-0 win would be very handy for Zhang. It would mean he only needed a draw against Zhang Jun in the last match of the evening to make it into the last 32, the second phase of this BetVictor Championship League. First frame on table 2 in this session is finally complete. It was quite a lengthy one. Our team, Zhizhen, looked like winning it for sure. Jackson Page needed a couple of snookers. He actually got the required penalty points, but in the end, relieved Zhizhen crosses the line. So 1-0 up. If Page is going to win the group 25 that is, a match early, he has to win the last 3 frames of that match. As for Ross Muir, well, having lost his first match 3-1 to Zhang Jun this afternoon, and now finding himself 2-0 behind, his hopes of a second phase appearance have disappeared.
Thank you. Third frame. Zhang dirty game.
Funnily enough, Stephen, we were talking about this, weren't we, at breakfast? Yes, Muir still has a lot to play for in terms of prize money and ranking points. But when you lose the frame that eliminates you from the tournament, there's a real psychological letdown. Maybe you discovered that yesterday after losing your second match, and then you went into your last one knowing you could win to get second place, but it's not quite the same, is it?
No, it's a different mindset. You know, this event is quite unique. We don't play group stages across any other tournament on the World Snooker Tour calendar, so this is quite a different experience for most. As this red track's very close, is it going to drop? No, bad shot from Ross, bad safety, but yeah, it's mindset, this event, Phil, because we're so used to coming to tournaments and it's a straight knockout. You either win and you go through, or you lose and you go home, and it's just trying to manage that out there in the arena. The thing I always find difficult with this tournament, and you know, historically I've never done that well in this event, I always find myself getting too involved in the permutations of the group and, you know, working out this, that and the other. It didn't help yesterday that I lost every first frame in every match, which puts you under pressure from the off. So, yeah, you've got to hit the ground running, similar to what Zhang Anda has done so far today. It's been the perfect performance in this format so far.
Yes, he's played reasonably well. He has been assisted greatly by the fact that both of his opponents so far haven't performed with great distinction. Of course, we saw that century from Zhang in the previous frame, 104. And it means that we've seen at least one century in all 3 days of the tournament so far. And you might think, well, nothing unusual about that. But under this format, centuries are hard to come by, or at least they should be.
Yeah, they should be, but historically this event has thrown up, you know, a magnitude of century breaks. Quite often they're flying in all over the place, and I think that's obviously down to the standard of player, but certainly down to the conditions. I think in the past these Rasson tables have played on the generous side. The pockets have been, you know, quite accepting. But from my experience yesterday and from watching Monday and today, they seem to be on the nippy side. They seem to be playing just right. So I think the century tally might be down this year. And things are going from bad to worse for Ross Muir. He didn't really play that with too much conviction, did he? Cue ball, to me, looked obvious it was going into danger and into those reds. Didn't really give it a chance to come out. Zhang handed eagerly out of his seat to see what Ross has got available. It's not a lot.
Yellow ball.
He's going 3 cushions to try and hit the yellow here, and yeah, it's a long way away. Back, please, ref.
You might be wondering, why is he attempting to hit a ball off multiple cushions when he can see one directly? But reaching the black, let alone keeping things safe, just reaching the black would be quite tough.
Yeah, he wants to miss the middle pocket top side. It's closer. I think it's still too narrow, is it? Just. Needs to get incredibly close to that top jaw, doesn't he? Without hitting it. As close as he can without hitting it.
I judge said you couldn't see centre ball, right? Sorry? I judge said you couldn't see centre ball. Couldn't see centre. Right, just for to know. Yeah, what's that? Yellow ball.
Possible we could be here for a while. Zhang's quite content to just sit there and let the points total up.
Yeah, Zhang may as well put his feet up, to be honest, get someone to deliver grapes or something, because he isn't going to be getting out of his seat for a while, I think. This is so tough to hit off 3 cushions, because he's got to get so close to the knuckle of that middle pocket with right-hand side to try and widen the angle before it gets there. It's nowhere near once again. I actually think, in all honesty, at this stage of the match and this stage of the day for Rossmuir, would be better off just playing the black and cutting his losses with what he leaves.
By the way, Ross will be in the commentary box with us tomorrow, doing a stint for a day.
I think he's changing his route now. He might elect the brown. 4 cushions. Top cushion, side cushion, baulk cushion. Check it up. It will naturally check up off that 4th cushion. Brown it is. It's actually not a bad shot, this, to be fair. It's quite a nice line. I think if he gets the pace right, he'll go close. Is it going to check? You watch the cue ball just straighten up a touch, but the line is good. It's on.
The worst kind of snooker. Well, not strictly speaking a snooker, because he can hit the black, but the worst kind of predicament when you put yourself there.
Foul and miss for Zhang.
So it's 6 consecutive misses, and maybe 6 and counting.
Well, every credit. Persevered with that. You could just see the pace of the cue ball. The line looked to be a little bit wide, but the pace was key to that shot. Just squared up off that baulk cushion enough to just catch the brown. Good shot.
And at this stage of the frame, against a world-class opponent, you might say, well, 24 penalties. I think he would take that trade-off to eventually be okay.
had an unbelievable flick there off the red as well, Zhang Anda. But for that flick, he would have cannoned pink and stuck Ross right bang in amongst them. So he's rode his luck on occasions. That's often the case, though, isn't it, when you're playing somebody that's in good form, playing somebody that's playing well, they tend to get the run. Good pot from Ross. Now, will he be brave and attack this brown? If he's straight enough to the right corner, he has to take it on.
Well, you said, Stephen, it had to be brave. Well done. Right at the start of this frame, we were talking about centuries. And I can tell you Jackson Page has added to the total. We're now in double digits. Page making a break of 120. And that's to equalise at 1-1 with Ashley Hugill. Not with Ashley Hugill, with Artemis Zhuzhin. Not badly played, but he flicked an open red out of the reckoning.
Good effort. Just got into that cue ball. Fraction too much. Played a little cheeky one there. With a nice line for the cue ball to come across. Just miss the face of the black. Just flick the red away from it. Stay on the black.
Just thinking, Stephen, little quirk. All of the century breaks made in the tournament so far have been made either by Chinese players or Welshmen. Dylan Emery, Jackson Page, Chang Bingyu, and now Zhang Anda.
It's quite niche, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, it is, but that's my stock in trade. Useless information. Yeah, I missed Jamie Clark off the list, but the sentiment holds true. Yeah, Chang Bingyu yesterday made 3 centuries, including a 145. Jamie Clark, 2 centuries. There's the boots on the other foot here, and Muir receives penalties. Yeah, then on day 1, Dylan Emery made 3 centuries. So it is a case of Welsh and Chinese players prospering in this event. Now that was one of those little flicks that you could see happening as the cue ball went up the table. So again, Zhang simply coming off the side cushion for containment, nothing more.
I don't think we can begrudge Ross a good flick there, can we? Deserved it, really, on the balance of play. Hasn't had the run in this game. Okay, he's not capitalised on the chances he's received when they've come about, but Zhang has had a flick or two. This could be nice. Oh, look at that first shot. Lovely jubbly.
There almost didn't seem room there, but he fitted the cue ball in.
Yeah, it's pretty cosy behind that brown, isn't it? That is the one cushion escape even on. No, I think he can just about get to it, so line and length is key. Well, again, that could have been a lot worse. That could have easily left Ross a sitter.
Jackson Page on table 2, currently on a break of 80, so he's suddenly clicked up a gear or 2. He will lead our team Zhuzhen by 2 frames to 1. Just a matter of how big the break will be. Don't think it expanded any more than that because the referee is resetting the balls. So Page officially does lead 2-1. If he wins the next frame, he's through to the next phase with a match to spare. Tell you what, he came so close to an unwanted kiss there as the cue ball came back down into the baulk region. vying for an opening. And we've seen already that if Zhang forces one, he might well cross the line. Well, he didn't legislate that red going across the table near to the top pocket.
And again, it could have finished anywhere, and it's landed awkward for Ross. It's not hanging, so he can't plant one red onto the other easily anyway. He can't get past that red on the left side cushion to try and pot it cushion first. And if he plays safe back to ball, he's got to try and hide it, pretty much get where the cue ball is now. I just wonder if this is do or die for Ross Muir. Is he going to attempt to pot the red to left to right corner, but play it as a 2-in-1 shot, screw across and hopefully knock the red in over the left corner? Here we go. Neither. I'll tell you what, this is close. It's not going to get there. He was in trouble there, Ross Muir. Big, big trouble.
You know, in the break between sessions, we were discussing lots of topics, one of them being the old World Trick Shot Championship. I thought he might have pulled off a magical trick shot there, otherwise known as a fluke, but he was an inch or two away, and now he's within an inch or two of defeat because Zhang's right in for 3-0. Sometimes in these situations, less experienced players might be a little excited and increase their pace of play to their detriment. Not Zhang, he's very measured in that regard. Of course, all players miss straightforward pots.
22.
But he doesn't miss many at all. When he's in, he usually remains there. And already, in this instance, Zhang's lead is up to 39 points. The writing Stevens on the wall.
It is, yeah, and this is why he's a danger to anyone, Zhang Andy. Makes the game look silly easy at times. When he gets in these positions, it's just chicken feed for him, isn't it? Just mop these up, no problem at all. He keeps it very simple. No airs and graces about him. He just plods along. Just moves that cue ball around. Gets it to exactly where it needs to be. He's a pleasure to watch, to be honest. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. His technique, his game is absolutely suited to these conditions.
So 55 to the good.
46.
4 reds and therefore 59 on the table. This is frame and match ball. Never in doubt. Zhang hasn't dropped a frame today. The other player in this group on 6 points, Zhang Jun, has dropped 2. Consequently, when they meet later in the final match on this table, Zhang Anda will only need a draw. Ross Muir stays on. He's involved in our next match on this table against Daniel Womersley, but that's really the consolation contest. It will determine who finishes third and no more. So they're playing to grab a grand. And then Zhang and Zhang Jun will go toe-to-toe for a place in the last 32. The break ends at 67. So does the match. Zhang winning by 3 frames to 0, as he did earlier against Daniel Womersley. So he's looking good to top the table, but first he must draw against his fellow countryman Zhang Jun. The action resumes here at the Mattioli Arena in around 5 minutes' time.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back. We've got 2 more matches on table 1 for you. Ross Muir coming straight back on after that disappointing defeat to Zhang Anda. So Zhang Anda, Zhang Jun coming up later is clearly going to be the match that decides this group. Now, they're the results from earlier on. You see Zhang Anda, of course, perfect start by him, 3-0 over Daniel Womersley. Zhang Jun, 2-3-1 wins. So at the moment, Zhang Anda, in terms of frame difference, it means he would only need a draw with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun will have to win. And that's to confirm the result there. Jackson Page 2-1 up, but not quite over. There could be 2-2 there. Our team, Zhejian, has a chance to steal a draw, so we'll let you know. There's already been a couple of draws there, so that would just slightly change things there, because Page would be on 4 points as opposed to 6. This is the group standings. As I say, both on 6, the 2 Chinese players there, Zhang and Jiang, but the frame difference massively favouring Zhang Anda. So Zhang Jun will have to beat him. The other 2, Ross Muir and Daniel Womersley, are playing to avoid bottom place. And they've both actually got the same record, because they both won just 1 frame so far. So if either one of them wins this match, of course, they will avoid finishing bottom. If it's a draw, then between these 2, it's going to go on the breaks. Who makes the highest break over the day? Ross Muir then to get us underway.
First frame, Ross Muir to break.
Yeah, I think we've been disappointed with that last match, obviously to lose 3-0, but he did have a few chances here and there, particularly in frame 3.
Yeah, Ross will have regrets against Zhang Anda from the previous game, but as will Daniel Womersley from match 1 today. He had a lot of chances to take a couple of frames at least, and it could have been a whole different story, but the facts are they are where they are, and it's a winner takes all in this match.
Now our team, Zhejian, as I say, can steal the draw here. Now he's going to need that black, so that possibly could be the stumbling block. Let's see. Jackson Page would bang in to win this 3-1. Well, it's gone wrong on the pink. I mean, if the black was on its spot, it wouldn't be so bad, but it's not.
Oh, he's hit the blue really poorly there. A lot of room to leave his cue ball, so you're going to have to go around the houses to get on this black. I think 3 cushions might be the one. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That really is. That is fabulous.
27.
Well, this is for his second draw, and of course he stays on to play Ashley Hugel, so he can still get to 5 points here, our team Zhejian. It always looked an interesting group, this, but this is really stealing points, because Page should have won that one, 3-1. He didn't. 2-2. And the top seed pegged back. He's on 4 points, Page. Still in good shape, but would have been in better shape clearly had he won. Meanwhile, Womersley in. Now then, I said if it's 2-2 here, they're separated on high breaks. Womersley's made a 75 thus far. Ross Muir 52. So at the moment, if it ended 2-2 and there weren't high breaks in this match, then Womersley would finish third. But let's see what exactly does happen. Well, what's happened there is he's missed the yellow.
Daniel, вибачте. 1.
Rossmere, of course, wears a glove anyway, but it's not a bad idea in this weather.
Yeah, he might want his swimming shorts on as well. It's that warm in the arena. The glove is certainly helping with the queuing today. There's no doubt about that. But it hasn't helped his performance so far. He's just lacked in amongst the balls that cue ball control, that desire to get these frames won. He's had a number of chances, just not been able to take them. It's been a disappointing day for both these players. But the facts are, one of them will leave with £1,000, and all of a sudden it doesn't seem that bad. You do not want to leave with nothing.
Yeah, and particularly so for Muir, who, of course, he's on the tour. Womersley isn't. So Ross Muir would see that as a very poor return for his day's efforts. Of course, we've had some memorable nicknames in snooker down the years. The Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Alex Hurricane Higgins,
12.
Jimmy Whirlwind White. They call Ross Muir Stenhouse, after the Scottish football club Stenhouse Muir. Probably the best of the lot. Certainly better than the Lincolnshire Sausage, anyway.
Yeah, it's a solid nickname. Ross is not mine. Yeah, I like it. It's solid, isn't it? It just fits perfectly.
It's nice and local. It's one of those, if you know, you know. And he seems to like it as well, which is good.
Good scoring chance this for Ross. He's worked his way into a nice position now. He's got the balls really at his mercy here. Pink in play, black available to both corner pockets. He'd like to just try and negotiate the two above the black. Once he removes them, he really does have complete access to the black spot. He can do anything with the cue ball, so might look to tend to them here. Okay, probably a little more angle on this red than he would have liked. Doesn't necessarily want to play a cannon to that black if you can avoid it. It's quite thin actually, this. More angle than I thought. Yeah, he's done well. Good shot.
Yeah, of course, he has made a maximum in competition. Back in the qualifiers for the 2017 German Masters, he's on that official list. Maybe not renowned for scoring. Made just 4 centuries last season, 41 in his career. It's nicely played as well. So Ross Muir is in here after Womersley missed that yellow. Now can he, you know, put together a frame-winning break here rather than bits and pieces stuff?
Yeah, and that's what the day's lacked, isn't it, for Ross and Daniel. When they've had their chances, it's been drips and drabs, really. He's not been a one-visit contribution that has been clinical enough to land any sort of pressure to their opponent. That's where you gain so much confidence from killing those frames off in one shot. He'd love to do that here. No reason why he shouldn't win the frame now. It's hard to find a stumbling block on this table.
42.
Our team Zhejian and Ashley Hugel just getting underway on table 2. And that's a very tight group. Jackson Page is on 4 points. Zhejian and Long Jiahang both on 2. And Hugel on 1. So it's going to take some sorting out. 2 matches left. Page v Long, the last one. That was nicely done, Ross. So 50 plays 1. But now a golden chance really to put this away.
Yeah, and he could just seal up the high break between the pair as well at this visit. Just get that one chalked up to just put the pressure on Daniel even further. 75 or 76 the target. How are they separated if they both get the high break of 75 and then finish on points? Is it the next high break?
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes down till eventually, I think it's rock, paper, scissors eventually that decides it. Or a fight in the car park, although in this weather that's not advisable.
$56.
I'll put it this way, if he doesn't win the frame here, he's going to be absolutely sick. But surely he will do. Just one more red needed after this black.
Well, it wasn't as played, but he's okay. He's caught the red full enough that he's pushed it on to, well, near enough dead straight to this middle pocket. Doesn't need to do anything with it now, just drop it in. Okay, so that is the frame for Ross Muir, barring anything outrageous now. I think more importantly, from Ross's perspective as well, it's landed a body blow to Daniel Womersley off that very routine yellow that he missed off the spot. He's punished him properly.
Yeah, and crucially should now beat that 75. If it were to finish 2-2, the break would separate them in terms of who finishes third and gets £1,000 and who finishes fourth and gets nothing.
We just got a glimpse of the facial expression from Daniel Womersley in the background. I think, well, I know he will have done the maths upstairs and he'll know exactly that this ball takes his high break away. So now, from Daniel Womersley's point of view, he's got to win this game to take £1,000.
A chance to become the first non-Chinese or Welsh player to make a century here this week so far. It's only day 3, I know, but we hold on to these things.
79. $85.
Well, the break ends at 85, but it was a really good effort. It punished the Womersley miss, and of course the double whammy is he beats his high break from earlier. So Ross Muir off to a successful start, leading here 1-0 in his last group game. Back to the hand fan. So underway on table 2, our team Zhejian and Ashley Hugel. Now, this group, as I say, very tight. Just to recap, as it stands, they've all, of course, played 2 matches. Jackson Page is on 4 points. Long Zhihang and our team Zhejian are both on 2, and Ashley Hugel here is on 1. So it's obviously going to come down to the last match one way or the other, but as that red just drops in, these two still in it. I would say Hugel less likely, obviously, because he's only on 1 point, but in terms of the placings, it's going to take some separating.
Yeah, and actually in the last game between Jackson and our team Zhejian, it could have been wrapped up with a game to spare. Jackson, with a win, would have already won this group.
I know one thing, Stephen. If it was Championship League darts, he'd be winning the group. We were watching him earlier, weren't we? And I don't think he ever strayed out of the 20s.
Ridiculous standard. It was lovely technique as well, wasn't it?
Jackson was saying he does play in a team, and yeah, just very sort of lazy action it was, but very effective. Anyway, he'll be back to play snooker after this one against Long Zhihang. It's going to decide things, but these two can impact it as well. Saw Zhejian play that terrific pink to get on the black to left middle to make it 2-2 with Page. And Hugel just looking to put something together here early on. Go back to table 1, Womersley 1-0 down. In terms of the heat, Stephen, will you be practicing the rest of the week, or is it is that tough in these conditions?
I probably won't, but only because we're having some work done at home at the minute, and the decorating tools are out. I've left the wife at home to crack on with that for the last few days while I've been in Leicester, so I better start pulling my weight somehow. So yeah, we've got a few days of decorating to get that sorted before, all hell breaks loose at home. But I'll be keeping my arm in, no doubt. I'll probably take it easy for the next week or so, just try and recharge. I felt a little bit lethargic last night, and I just wonder if it was because I was so intense for the qualifiers last week, and then, of course, pretty much straight back on the horse to prepare for this event. So it'd be quite nice to just recharge the batteries for a few days and then look ahead to the next big set of qualifiers in July.
Yeah, it'll be just after this event finishes. We'll be back here again. Where else would you want to be?
The way the calendar is sort of structured now as well, you get these periods and spells of events where they're played back to back, and of course we've got in that week the Xi'an qualifiers, I think it's British Open and English Open as well. So, 3 big tournaments that if you have a good run of form that week, it could be very fruitful, and it could work the opposite way if you don't play well. So it's trying to just manage your calendar as best you can to try and peak at the right time. Don't overdo it in the weeks running up to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 events all told, isn't it? Including this one by July for some people, and they might be out of all of them. Ashley Hugel's had a horrible miscue, by the way. He miscued and ended up splitting all the reds up, which has left Zhejian a really good scoring chance. Horrible, you could hear the noise. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, the reason we call Ronnie and John and Mark the class of 92s because that's the year they turned pro, and they turned pro in Blackpool about this time, actually, June. And, of course, that was the days when it was wide open. There was 700 professionals, and they had to slog through round after round after round. And, of course, if you weren't successful, they were, but if you weren't successful, your season was kind of over by September. It was just playing ranking events in a big hotel in Blackpool and nowhere near the final stages of anything. Ronnie qualified, I think, for maybe the UK Championship. He won like 10 matches to get there. Obviously against lower quality opposition than there is now.
Yeah, I suppose in some ways it's, as Daniel Womersley discovers a plant in amongst the reds, hopefully gets himself going in this frame. In some ways the calendar is a little bit relatable in the new year, isn't it? A lot of the players, it looks a very congested calendar that time of year, but realistically there's only 32 players, 16 and then 8 that are involved in those players series, and of course the World Championship from probably end of February, March. If you don't get through to Sheffield, you've got nothing for a good few months. So it looks busy, but it's not for everyone. 96 players really on the tour, don't have a lot to play in.
Meanwhile, he's landed nowhere here. Womersley. 2 reds he could have got on, the blues in the way of both of them. He's looking at some sort of plan, possibly, but more over a safety. So that's a disappointment. And this is, I think, what I reflect on. He's had chances today. You know, every time I've walked past the practice table, he's been on it. It's not like he's not been putting the work in. It just hasn't clicked in the match arena. Barry Starks here, the coach. Barry, very, very experienced former player himself. He's worked a lot with Karen Wilson and various others.
Yeah, you can't for a second dispute how Daniel's conducted himself here. He's done everything right, apart from the performance itself on the table. As you say, he's been practicing hard in the background, but it's a completely different ball game out there under the lights in this heat. Unfortunately for him, it just has not been good enough today. These reds are starting to spread far and wide now. It's all very congested, particularly if a player is trying to get back to ball, playing safe. So many obstacles. In a situation like this, at times you often find a player opts to pull the trigger and go on the attack. I think Daniel Womersley is eyeing up making this plant to right corner. First things first, get the red. And then hope for the best. It's not good. It's not good. He probably won't continue this break, but what he can do is he can take control of the table. No value whatsoever in doing the frame in by taking the pink on. Far too risky.
Brown ball.
Get that cue ball to that ball cushion.
They lose the ball.
That's a good return from Daniel Womersley. Just another containing safety from Ross Muir. Needs to get touch in this black, really. I mean, it won't be an issue for Daniel to just drop on and off this top cushion to the red. But there's every chance if he doesn't get it right, he might leave a tempter elsewhere. But he was always going to get that right. Table's at least opened up a bit, the black now. Not so crowded. Our team Zhezhen has won the first frame against Ashley Hugel next door. Scored very heavily in those qualifiers last week. Zhezhen, he had a 1.45 in fact, his highest break on tour. Made 5 centuries in those qualifiers. Chang Bing-Yu and Dylan Emery, of course, they scored heavily here this week. They're both on 6 for the campaign. There's no 100 grand bonus now, though, for the 100 centuries. Anyway, Daniel Womersley just wants to get in here, and this is a chance to do exactly that. Ooh, just dropped. Took its time, didn't it? See this again, it kind of flirted with staying out. Just took it. So it's now an open table, but he had the chance in the last frame and broke down on just 5. Ross Muir's beaten his break, but of course he could in turn beat it himself. He was on 75, Muir made 85. Remember, if they're tied at 2-2, the break will separate these two, and one of them will go away with nothing. Yeah, it's funny because I think Daniel is well aware of that, and I think it might be on his mind. I hope it just doesn't affect his concentration here, because he's taking a long time over the shots to just map out his route at the moment.
Just trying to set himself, get himself going, but at times that can be a hindrance to a player.
Five.
And at the minute his cue ball control is in another postcode. He can't buy a positional shot. It's just pressure shot after pressure shot at the moment for Daniel Womersley. Can he knock in another very thin green?
It's true, he is kind of building up every shot into being a kind of an event, isn't he? And more likely, if you sort of lose your flow, your natural flow, and start overthinking, you can miss. So let's see if he can just maybe quicken up a bit. Some of the balls not in the best positions, it's got to be said, but the reds are. It's just the kind of colours are not all great.
Yeah, the facts are he needs pink and black on their own spot ASAP, because without that, you just can't score heavy. So he seemed to have retreated from the black early on. He's now played the right shot to get on it. So pot this black and then get to work.
$16. $24.
Well, certainly now the black is back in play. A big chance here, of course, to win the frame, but also to potentially go back in front in the high break. Duel between the two of them. Can he get through the gap for the red to middle, or will it be the one to far corner? If he makes 86, at one point, it basically could be worth £1,000, couldn't it? It will be if it's two each. So you only get it in this event, but it adds a little bit of jeopardy to things. It's not just about winning the frame. You've got to make that break. Otherwise, he'll have to win 3-1, of course. So it's to the Ross Muir yellow pocket here. Oh, and it stayed out, so the break comes to an end.
No, I'd be disappointed with that. It wasn't a tough shot. He was near enough right behind that red, wasn't he? Had a perfect sight of the corner pocket. And if you look at where he missed it to, well, it looks close to most people, but as a player, that feels like a lifetime away, that red. So Ross Muir gets the chance.
Yeah, I just felt Womersley was, as I say, just sort of building every shot up a little bit, and eventually he's broken down. So Muir back in.
It's funny, isn't it, the psychology of professional snooker. If Daniel Womersley had left himself that red as the first shot of the break to the yellow pocket, he gets down and knocks it in, doesn't he? But the fact he left himself there when he shouldn't have been there, it's amazing how often you see that type of shot missed.
Well, the good news for Muir, even if he breaks down here, Womersley can't make 86 from here. But of course, Muir would rather have a 2-0 lead. Big night, of course, later for this proud Scot, with Scotland playing Brazil in their last group match at the World Cup. I was talking to him about it. He said he doesn't know what to think. He said it could be 0-0 or 10-0. There's a few scorelines in between it could be as well, of course, but good luck to Scotland.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see how they fare, actually. It'd be quite a game, late one, isn't it? 11 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Way past bedtime, 15. That is, but it might be worth staying up for that one just to see how they go. Always a bit of an occasion, isn't it, watching Brazil as well. It can't be any worse than England's performance last night anyway. I'm a Scotland fan now.
Yeah, he's played this nicely. So Muir, boosted by that good 85 in frame one, will fancy 22. Taking these out, and that's maybe the difference. He's just feeling a bit better in the match than his opponent.
23.
This needs to bounce though. Oh dear. No good on the black.
Yeah, be annoyed at that one. May as well take this on to the middle as well, I think. Just try and drop it in dead weight. Leave himself the red to the yellow bag. Well, he's not dropped it in dead weight. He's played it quite firmly, confidently. Now, can he get through to this red?
30.
Seems to be gearing up for it. Well, he's played that so well. I think he had an abundance of unwanted right-hand side on that cue ball because it completely threw off to the right from that baulk cushion, but it's worked a treat. Oh, what a visit this is turning out to be.
38.
He's not done yet.
39.
Well, he may as well just go all out for the flare clearance now, Ross. He's worked and battled so hard to keep this break going. A little low on the black, so round the table, just missed the green. Oh, hello, where's this one going? Not as planned. Little corridor he wanted to find there, just missed the blue.
46.
Two cushions just missed the green. Surely now that's going to be end of break, but for a cross double. Played it well. Played it very well.
Yes, 8 points in front, but crucially he's got Womersley snookered. Well, he could be in another one. Yeah, I mean, it was basically nailed on that, wasn't it? Turning the screw. And this one not as easy to hit as the first one, off one cushion.
Three cushions would be ideal. Top cushion, side cushion, baulk cushion. Chip the red to the side rail. At this stage of the day, any contact to this red Daniel will be happy with, I think. Just trust to luck. Well, he won't be happy with that.
No, so Ross Muir, he'll still need the brown, but anyway, worry about that nearer the time.
Doesn't matter what he takes now. As you say, he needs that brown, but crucially, you won't need to get from brown to blue, so he can just lay up right in behind it. This is the key positional shot for Ross now. Get a nice angle on this green. Doesn't want to be dead straight. A little bit high, a little bit low. Either or is okay. Gets him close to that brown.
6.
It's just about okay. Can chuck this in with a load of left. Just get that cue ball close to that brown.
Double checking. The score's 17, the lead, so this to lead by 21 with 18 on.
I'm not a fan of how he's played that green. I think he's made a bit of a meal of that. Might have been tempted to go immense left and just pot it. Get the brown into the left corner, but that's an exceptional pot from Ross, it really is. That was not easy. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, he's potted the crunch balls for sure in this match, hasn't he? And now Womersley in need of a snooker. But the blue is heading in as well. So Ross Muir has taken a real stranglehold on this one. And Womersley knows now, of course, the only way to avoid finishing last is not only to draw 2-2, but in one of the two frames, he's got to make a break of at least 86. It's very tough. It's just summon that up out of nowhere. Ross Muir looking good to avoid last place as he wipes his face there in this intense heat in Leicester. He leads 2-0. Still 1-0 to our team Zhuzhen on the other table against Ashley Hugill, and Hugill 18 points in front, but Zhuzhen back at the table here. Just a reminder, in this group, Jackson Page 4 points.
9.
Zhuzhen and Long Zhihang 2 points each, and Ashley Hugill 1 point. So it's quite tight. We've got Jackson Page, Long Zhihang to come. But Zhuzhen here could get to 5. And then it's all the slide rules and calculators later to work out exactly what it all means. Jackson Page, if he wins, has won the group. That we can say.
Very
talented player. I was pleased to see him stay on tour. It was slightly in the balance just because of the vagaries of how it all works. Anthony Kowalski, had he won a match at the Crucible, would actually have knocked him off his perch, but it didn't happen. And He's got another 2-year card, of course, because he stayed on through the 1-year list.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's good for the game,
24.
good for the tour. Nice to have representatives from different nations, and of course he hails from Latvia.
Yeah, Latvia's first ever professional, and he has qualified for Wuhan already this season, where he plays the world champion, Wu Yize. Ross Muir, 2-0. He's played well, I think, in this match. He's not missed a lot, and as I say, he's potted the crunch balls.
I thought he played a great last frame there, Ross. Made that brilliant contribution to getting back into the frame, and then I thought he negotiated the final few balls really well. The shot he played on the green was questionable at first, from my opinion, but he completely shut me up with the pot on the brown, because that was a brilliant pot, really was. Can't begin to explain just how tough they are. So not for the first time in this match that Daniel's got sight at a long red with no real control as to where the cue ball is going. I can't believe he's refusing it, you know. Well, he obviously felt very strongly that he would have been bang in trouble had he have knocked it in. And to his credit, he's played a good safety.
Thing is, though, you're as well losing 3-0 as drawing 2-all without the break. He's not the black safe. If he's going to make an 86, he needs high-value colours in play. Our team Zhuzhen, with a 68 break, has gone 2-0 up against Ashley Hugill.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly, but the position of the pink looked pretty favourable for Daniel Womsley in taking that long red on. It looks very close to the middle and well accessible, so thought he might have pulled the trigger then. He's going to this time.
1.
just on the other group, because it's a bit more complex than this one, which is going to be a straight fight, of course, between Zhang Anda and Zhang Jun. If Zhejian is a big frame, if he wins 3-0 against Hugel and Page draws 2-2 with Long Zhihang, then Zhejian has won the group, because Page won earlier 3-1 against Hugel, so the frame difference would favour him. But let's see, we're a long way from that yet.
Yeah, and I just wonder how much Jackson Page will live to regret the missed pink in the final frame against Zhejian earlier on. Just needed to pot the pink. The red he needed to win the frame and match was sat over the corner pocket. So these groups often decided on the odd ball here and there, and it might be the case on table 2.
Seven.
Pink back on its spot, but it's not great
13.
there, really. As I say, he needs clearly to make in the next 2 frames a break of at least 86. So, you know, bits and pieces aren't going to cut it. But this red at least will just free up the pink. Ah, well, he's missed it. We saw this a bit yesterday with Phil O'Kane, of course, who is on tour now, but just couldn't quite find his game, and he lost 1 frame when Changbing Yu needed a snooker on the pink, which really did him in, actually. It was frame 2 of their match, and didn't quite recover. But Ross Muir, bearing in mind how well he's played in this match, that's a very surprising miss from him.
Seven. Eight.
Yeah, well done. It was a huge shot, that. Had to get it, and has done.
13.
Yeah, he sort of put the black safe earlier, playing that safety, so he's be working off blue and pink primarily.
14.
Of course, he'll be on the Q Tour this season, which seems to be growing all the time, and visits various parts of the UK and Europe. And then there's playoffs at the end of it for I think it's the top 16, isn't it? You came through it, Stephen. And actually, they play best of 19, which I think is good. You know, it's unlike the Q School, which is all cutthroat best of 7s. At least at the end, they feel like proper matches.
Yeah, the Q Tour's great now. I think it's a brilliant platform for players. You know, not only the guys that have just fallen off the tour, but, you know, the best amateurs around the world too. It's a proper system. It's a proper tour. as you say, you dot about the UK and Europe and you play in clubs and the conditions are great and there's a big prize at the end of it. And those playoffs, you know, I think the Q Tour in general is a better system than Q School. It provides, you know, a reward for consistency over a course of a full season.
27.
But the playoffs are great too because they're played, as you say, over a proper distance as well. Best of 19 ultimately to get your tour card. You know, that does sort the best players from the rest, I suppose. Over that length, you get found out. So it's all positive, and I think it's only going to grow as well. There's sort of rumours flying around about the Q Tour developing further, which is good. I think it should.
She hasn't finished nice here on this pink. Well, he's keeping it going, just about.
34.
Yeah, he's keeping it going.
Yeah, he couldn't
35.
quite get enough into the cue ball there to stun for the pink into the left corner, so he thought, I'll pump it into the jaws, send it into the yellow bag, and I'll pop the pink into the middle. It's clever. It's a pretty advanced positional shot. But it's not paid off.
No, and once again, you look at how many reds are on 7, so there aren't 86 points there without a free ball. So even if he wins this frame in the 4th, to avoid that 4th position and thus no prize money, he's going to have to beat the Ross Muir break. Don't think we'll see Ross, if it's his break off, do what Ryan Day did last night, which was just smash him up, because there was nothing to play for.
1.
Oh, now what, Ross? Because he's played an aggressive shot, clearly had to try and make something happen, the way the Reds was situated, but it's about as bad as it could have gone. He's pushed the red over the corner pocket. Do well to leave it not potable for Daniel Womersley. Might have to get the cue ball back to pretty much where it is now, at least on this top cushion. It's the only place he can leave it.
Reminder that Zhang and Zhang Jun will decide things, and the way it stands, Zhang Anda just needs a draw there. He's not lost a frame today. Zhang Jun will have to beat him, but he's played some really good stuff here today, so looking forward to that one. All Chinese affair. Of course, we've already got the likes of Zhu Se and Chang Bingyu through from China into stage 2.
Well, it's a free shot that Ross has now. He can take this red on left corner cue ball round 2 cushions, back for pink, black, brown, anything really. Much too thick. You can't miss that thick. You've got to err on the side of caution with it. Miss it thin if anything. At least you get the length on the cue ball.
So it seems likely to be 2-1, and that'll set up a very interesting conclusion where Womersley, as we keep saying, to avoid last place, needs a break of at least 86 in the next frame. Simple as that. Otherwise, Ross Muir will finish 3rd.
Seven.
Red in colour to leave Muir needing snookers.
Eight.
Ideally, he wants another red though, because Ross clearly is going to play on.
14.
.61 in front with 59 available.
Daniel Womersley 14.
Oh dear. Well,
Womersley 4 and the
doesn't
frame.
help his cause. In fact, he has conceded. So 2-1 to Rossmuir. Daniel Womersley still in there fighting with a chance to get third in this group. But as I say, he must make a break of at least 86 in frame 4 to do that. And you assume the two players are aware of that. They've been around long enough. Guess we'll find out shortly. So table 2, our team Zhuzhen 2-0 up against Ashley Hugel. Hugel 28 in front in the next at the table. Zhuzhen unbeaten so far, but 2 draws, so just 2 points to his name. Hugel 1 point. If Zhuzhen could win 3-0, as I say, that does put him in a strong position, but Hugel at the table, as I say, at the moment. Another player back on tour, of course, through the Q Tour playoffs. Another hard practicer. He's been on the other table most of the day when he's not been playing.
14.
Next to Womersley.
Yeah, he's been very dedicated for a lot of years, Ashley. He's always been a big practicer. I remember when we used to be based at the Star Academy at Sheffield United training ground, he was always the one that, in most people's opinion, would over-practice, but of course it's paid dividends because he improved very quickly in a short space of time. He used to practice some silly, silly hours down that academy. He really did, but it's all paid off. He's got a fresh 2-year tour card.
Trying to take that to a final frame, which is where we are here. So here we go. Of course, this is for 3rd and 4th place, but there is significance because there's no money for 4th, 1,000 for 3rd. Womersley needs at least 86 in terms of a break. And of course, Rossmuir, if he wins the frame, he's won anyway with 3 points.
Yeah, it's hard to know if the players are aware of the current state of affairs of this group table. If they are, Daniel Womersley will be well keen to keep the high value colours in play this frame. And if you're Rossmuir, you're trying to chip them safe as soon as you can.
Yeah, I think it's hard to keep on top of. I mean, we've obviously got, you know, iPads and whatever just to double check. It's hard in the moment, but it's quite a straightforward scenario because it only involves these two. It's not like other players are involved and he's got to win a frame. It's all on this one, so I wouldn't be surprised if they knew.
Just thinking it might be wise for Ross to dispatch some dark arts in this frame if he is aware of the situation. It doesn't really matter what he makes in terms of the break. Just try and see red, pot red, and then tie this frame up completely.
Yeah, I mean, there, that black very nearly went on the cushion, which would have been no good, but it hasn't.
That's a good safety shot. Nicely played. Good control of not just cue ball, but object ball too. Right side not available for Daniel, but for a thin edge off one, fraught with danger. Jaws of the right corner pocket come into play here. Blue on the way back. Well, he'll be thankful that that black has gone and covered that corner pocket, because but for it, he would have left Ross in. it's a bit of a double whammy, really, because Ross cannot get to the right side of the pack now either, so I have to find something down that left side where there's a lot of traffic. Well, that double kiss was sticking out like a sore thumb from this position. Looked very unlikely that he would avoid that.
One.
Oh dear, he's not on the black. Which was unmissable had he been on it. So pink it is. Here we go then, let's see how far he gets. It's the race is on to 86 points.
7.
Actually, it's a pretty good chance to score a few, isn't it? Once he takes this red off just slightly north of the black spot, he can get amongst the black, get that back in play, and then set about the red. So let's see how far he gets. Good decision there too. Good thinking. Free shot.
I've seen a few of these scenarios down the years here. Often players to win the group have had to make a certain break and they've either come close or have done it. Dave Gilbert famously did do it one year.
Well, it's a good chance now he's negotiated that. I've just worked it out, Dave. He's got 86 is the target. £1,000 is the prize for that. He's playing for £11.60 a point.
Well, worth every penny as well.
Like gone are the old days down the club where you'd play for 10 pence, 20 pence a point. He's playing for £11.60 a point here. Come on, Dan. It's a good chance though, isn't it? Look at how he's worked the reds. He's got them spread nicely. This is where you want them.
Exactly. This is precisely the sort of chance you want, so it's entirely in his hands. We'll see at the World Cup out in the US.
23.
The third and fourth place playoff, which is one of the most meaningless matches in sport. But here, in Group 10 of the Championship League, this one's got something on it. He's got a grand on it.
I'll tell you what, if you're Ross Muir right now, you're not sitting very comfortably, are you? Because this all came about from a poorly played safety shot. Double kiss always looked on, but credit to Daniel, he has worked this opportunity well so far. I'll tell you what, that's a long drive back to Scotland, isn't it? If you suffer the loss of 1,000 in the final frame of the day.
Well, the news is even worse than that. He's got to stay here tomorrow to commentate with me and Phil.
Oh, God. Send help for Ross. So when he puts this black to get safely over that line, he needs 5 reds, 5 blacks, and they are there waiting. Ooh, that wasn't clean, but it just about wriggled in.
47.
Yeah, this is a good red to take. This red left of the pink frees up 2 to right corner past it. And he'll want to take that now, I feel, because he needs to make this run to the finish line, run to the winning line as easy as possible. This is the red to play.
$55. 56.
Yeah, still going well. Just having to be mindful of the reds. They're perfectly spread, yes, but you don't want to play one careless, thoughtless positional shot, leave yourself hampered over them, so that extra bit of attention is needed now. Well, for all we've seen,
62.
Dave, this has been quite commendable, this visit so far. Can he just hold himself together?
Yeah, it's very creditable, as you say, so far, but still a few balls to pot here. I mean, he needs 86, so it would be effectively 3 reds, 3 blacks.
Yeah, the good news up till now is that he's kept himself down this business end, down the heavy scoring zone, pink and black. He doesn't want to stray upfield and have to then come back down for the reds, but where he's left his cue ball on this red, he might have to play the black from a little further away than he would have liked. And that's why he has gone up the table. Needs an angle. Would have loved a little trace more on the yellow.
Yeah, this is where things can unravel when the cue ball's having to travel further than it needs to, really.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be an issue if the blue wasn't there, but he's got to do something with this white, probably force screw it down the table, and the blue is a big ball. Done very well. That power with the screw allowed it to just arc around the blue. It was a delayed reaction, very nicely played.
Yeah, so back in business. Stay around high value colours and just try and put these balls away. Balls he needs to get 3rd place in the group and thus some prize money, £1,000.
66.
It's going to be 4 more pots, isn't it?
74.
And now he's just praying to get straight on his next red. Anywhere straight on any red. Oh, 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 oh. Needs that to pull up.
81.
It's okay, but you would like it a bit easier than this. Oh, he's locked in, isn't he, Dan? He's not showing any emotion. Can he negotiate this little cutback? Oh, just well played. And now the routine black for £1,000.
Well, every credit. He had to make a break of 86 or more to finish third in the last frame. And he's gone about this pretty coolly, this black, and he's there. And Ross Muir will finish fourth. And now why not finish with a century? Now the job's done. And, okay, you know, he came here hoping to do better, but he's really proved his mettle in this frame, the way he's taken these. Well, he understandably really wants to make the century. But he did what he had to do, which was make the 86. In fact, he made 96. So a fine finish from Daniel Womersley. He will finish third in the group. Ross Muir in bottom place. Coming up in 5 minutes, it's the group decider between Zhang Anda and Zhang Jun.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Neither Zhang Anda or Zhang Jun have been speeding today. They've been playing good snooker, but they both have 6 points on their snooker license, if you like. And so we come down to a shootout to determine who will win the group. Zhang is in pole position because by dint of a better frame difference, he only needs to draw. But we know that Zhang Jun is well capable of claiming the spoils. Confirmation, Daniel Womersley with that fine break at the end there, just nicking £1,000 off Ross Muir. Muir finishing in the wooden spoonist position, Womersley in third. Now it's all about the top seed against the second seed to see who advances. Very latest on table 2. Still, it is 2-1 for our team Zhuzhen over Ashley Hugill in the penultimate match on table 2. Must say I'm looking forward to this, Dave. I think it's fair to say Zhang Anda's had a pretty easy run of it so far. When he has made mistakes, he hasn't been punished. I think if he does make mistakes against Zhang, he probably will be punished.
He seemed to be just holding his thigh there, but hopefully all's well. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's no high breaks in this one. It's about Zhang Anda getting to 2 frames or Zhang Jun winning. Yeah, this is clearly his toughest match of the day, but he's a pretty tough character himself. Really rapacious scorer when he said he sets his mind to it, but let's see in the key match whether he can produce something. It is very warm in there as well.
Yeah, just been reading the news about the fact that it's been the officially warmest day in June in UK history, 36.1 degrees centigrade. We've not been too far off that here, so I think considering conditions, the standard of play generally has been of some merit. What we do know for certain, Dave, is that by the end of day 3, 3 Chinese players at least will be in the last 32, maybe 4 if Long Ziwang can beat Jackson Page over on table 2 in the last match there.
Yeah, great start for the contingent overall. As Zhang lines this one up, a great start for him. Terrific pot. 31 Chinese players on the World Snooker Tour this season, another 3 from Hong Kong as well, so it's a record intake from that region. The winner, by the way, will be back on July the 14th, so it'll be a bit of a wait. That's actually the last day of stage 2. Basically 3 weeks away, but anyway. I'm sure if it's one of these two, they'll be practicing in the meantime. Zhang Gan only just made it here in time. His train got cancelled, and so had to get the next one. But anyway, he got here. He won 3-0 both of his opening matches and his first in here. Sure, one of his aims this season is to get back in the top 16. He's at 20. Of course, he was in there, but those points from the International Championship that he won in 2023 came off last season. They were huge points. He'd been in a couple of other finals as well on the 2-year system. So when the points come off, obviously you do drop if you're not going deep. He did reach the World Grand Prix final where Zhao Xingtong beat him. It was close until Xingtong pulled away in the evening session. And again, that's one of the aims, of course, to get in those Players Series events, which are ranking tournaments as well.
Yeah, we know he's got the capabilities of being in the top 16. As Dave said, he's been there before. And I would not be surprised if he got back there again. The best timing, of course, is if you do so just before the Masters cut off and get invited to the most lucrative and most prestigious invitation tournament there is.
Well, on his day, he really is a deadly scorer, so if he can find that game consistently, then I'm sure he will be going deep in tournaments. First things first, try and polish off these 2 frames, I guess. He'd love to just win the first 2, I'm sure. Of course, Stephen Hallworth eliminated him from the Wuhan Open on the black, having needed a snooker in the decider. But he has qualified for the China Open, so he'll be there in the last 32 round. In fact, he beat Ross Muir and also Daniel Wells. Well, trying to get some reds open. He's just gone away from them. Now, is he still on the one on the left-hand side?
26.
Yeah, so can still continue the break.
Very good at floating this kind of shot in. There's a real consistency to his pre-shot routine. He never hurries, but you can never call him slow. Not the most eye-catching cueman, but boy, can he play.
Well, you can go for the blue off this red, and then we'll have the angle, hopefully, from his perspective, to get the reds into play. So this next shot, you know, could potentially kind of be a frame winner if he gets the reds open, lands on one. With his break building prowess, you'd fancy him to win the frame. Let's see. That will do very, very nicely.
Even when he was in that period of anonymity, when he wasn't doing much in the game at all, when we got the official score sheets through from matches, quite often you'd see him make a couple of centuries and maybe even lose. Despite that, the one thing that never deserted him was the scoring ability.
Yeah, 46 centuries last season. And of course he's made 5 147s, including one at the Barbican in York, the final stages of the UK Championship a couple of years ago.
And by snooker standards these days, Dave, still young, only 34 years of age.
Well, just looking to mind his work now. And just get this frame polished off.
52.
That really then does put pressure on Zhang Jun. He'll have to win the last 3.
53.
I just wish Zhang would play something like this at the Crucible. That's the one place he's never really hit the heights.
Yeah, it looked like it might happen this year. You know, last season he was ahead, wasn't he, overnight against Mark Allen, but I think he won one more frame the next day. Although Allen, to be fair, played really well. Anyway, this black, and it's frame over, and this is what you call a quick kill. This is really efficient, clinical snooker from Zhang Anda, justifying his status as top seed in the group.
And we've seen everything that gives Zhang Anda power. The ability to knock in a lot of mid-range balls. Accuracy with
69.
the cue ball. Also an innate knowledge where to hit the pack to get the best split. All of those assets fused together to make him a break builder to be reckoned with.
Well, he won his group last year at this stage, albeit with 2 draws, but could he sort of carry his bat through it all this year with 3 nils? Well, he's won this frame, so that's 7 frames out of 7.
77.
Yeah, and the 2 group winners yesterday both top the table with 9 points. Like that phraseology, Dave, carry his bat. He would have no idea whatsoever what it meant.
No, but we know. This is real quality. So can he make what would be the 11th century in the 3 days you've been here? Of course, Chang Bing-Yu's made the highest, 145. He did make one earlier, 104. Still all Welsh and Chinese players, aren't they, who've made them? Strangely.
98.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, and Stephen Hallworth accused me of being niche.
What was he expecting exactly?
Well, exactly, yeah.
Oh, this is delightful.
99.
Just he's got this ease about the table. It must be really annoying when you play him, because the players know how hard the game is. But he's sort of just, you know, meandering his way around, knocking them in. And that is a lovely century from Zhang Anda. So Zhang Jun has not only got to win 3 frames of the 3 that are left, but he's got to keep this man away from the table.
100.
He's so laid back, Zhang Anda. Spent much of the afternoon reclining on a couch in the players' room, as though he'd not got a care in the world. All he needed was a bunch of grapes, and he'd look like one of those old Roman emperors. Well, he's certainly ruling the roost here.
Zhang Jun there looks kind of transfixed, doesn't he? Almost in a trance watching it. He can score heavily himself. He's had 4 centuries this season, but, and of course hasn't lost a match yet in the 6 he's played, but he's at the point of no return now. A draw's no good to him. He's got to win 3-1.
115.
No total clearance, but what a start. A break of 115, that was classy to say the least. So Zhang Anda, in a match he only needs to draw, leads 1-0. One more frame required, and he will be in the next phase.
Meanwhile, it looks like another draw coming up on table 2. We've already had 3 of the 4 matches, and this one, Ashley Hugill. It's good news for
61.
Jackson Page, this, who's, of course, on 4 points. Zhezhen's is going to be on 3. Hugill is going to be on 2. So Long Zhihang is also on 2. Will have to beat Jackson Page, is the bottom line.
Yeah. Zhezhen will be kicking himself in first in this frame. He missed a very simple red to the top right-hand pocket when clearly he was just concentrating on position.
And now he hopes Page beats Long, so Zhezhen there would finish second. So it's been quite a tightly contested group. It always looked like it would be, but Jackson Page has it in his hands in that last match, needing a draw.
74.
So he could win the group with 5 points. Of course, on table 1, someone's going to lose, potentially having scored 6 points. Ashley Hugill then completes the draw,
Hugill, 76.
and that's his second draw. So he's on 2 points, and Artem Zhezhen on 3. Jackson Page, Long Zhihang will follow. There's the money, Phil.
Yeah, £3,000 if you win the group in the first stage, which this is. But of course, that's not what you earn overall, because if you go through, then you're guaranteed at least another £1,000 for 4th place in the second stage. If you win all 3 groups and then win the final, it's a total of £33,000, and that can make a big difference in your ranking, particularly if you're middle or lower ranked. A massive difference. It can transform your career, actually. And there's also the possibility of a place in the Champion of Champions, which again is worth a 5-figure sum guaranteed. So all in all, high stakes for these guys. And we're watching Zhang Anda, I think much like Chang Bingyu at the same time last night. If he were to win the whole shebang, no one would be surprised in the slightest. Zhang has left the arena trying to break Zhang Anda's rhythm, I suppose. And it was quite a rhythm in the first frame.
Well, let's just look ahead to tomorrow then. In that case, we've got Dave Gilbert, of course, a former winner of this ranking event version of the Championship League. The Women's World Champion, Panchaya Chanoi from Thailand, just 18 years of age. Ricky Walden, a real stalwart Ricky, but his tour card end of season is under a bit of threat. And Egypt's Mahmoud El Haridi. So that's the group on table 1. Table 2, Scott Donaldson from Scotland, of course. Sahil Nayar representing Canada. The Women's World Champion, not the current one, twice won, Baiyu Liu. And the top seed in that group is Yuan Sejun. So 2 quality groups.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the new Women's World Champion. She came out of nowhere in many respects to win it. Made a couple of centuries in the final, I believe. So Zhang Jun can afford no more frame defeats.
No, and he's already seen, you don't really have to do anything wrong. I mean, he didn't really. He left a long red, and that was it. And he's lining one up himself here.
And the way Zhang's playing, you can't help but think, oh dear. Well, well, well. All he was doing there was putting his concentration into position. And that's when you forget about the pot. That's what happened to Zhuzhen in the last frame against Hugel over on table 2 a few moments ago. Undercut the red and it refused to drop.
Yeah, and it might have dropped last year. You know, these pockets playing a bit tighter. But, I mean, he's been playing all day, so obviously he knows how tight they are. But it's a real lifeline to Zhang Jun.
One.
Just overrun a little.
Yeah, because he caught that red slightly thinner than he wanted to. We've been extolling the break-building virtues of Zhang Anda. We must also do that for Zhang Jun. He knocks in the centuries on a regular basis.
Made such a difference, and it was an unexpected chance he got, wasn't it? Let's be honest, he wasn't expecting Zhang to miss that red, so that's another body blow, and Zhang, I'm sure, Zhang Anda will be focusing a lot more now that he's got this second chance in the frame.
Can tell you the group decider on table 2, Jackson Page and Long Siwang has begun.
Six.
Well, playing the shot like that, I think we might appreciate his intentions here. He's got the wonderful opportunity to go into the bunch and split them everywhere. Well, a little less pace than I anticipated, but it does the job.
14.
Yeah, it was, maybe it just shows on these, you know, slick cloths, you don't actually need to go 100 miles an hour. And it's kind of not how he plays anyway, is it? You know, he's a touch player. So let's see, this isn't in yet, but if it does go in and he finishes nicely, then what a chance to win the frame and indeed win the group. Never in doubt, was it?
15.
Really is now about concentration, because, you know, on the practice table first thing in the morning you'd sort of throw the balls on like this, wouldn't you, and just try and get your arm going, pot a load of balls to wake yourself up.
23.
Very few cue ball adventures when Zhang's in, so I think Zhang Jun must be extremely concerned.
Yeah, and of course he got that chance unexpectedly when Zhang initially missed, so to land where he did on the black, he just put himself under it, because he's already under it, of course, in the match, having to win all 3 frames, and 2 combined. Yeah, the heat is on, isn't it? For that very talented young man. I'm sure he's aware of the scenario here in the group.
Nine. 44.
That's a Zhang trait when there's any grain of doubt in his mind as to how best to go about position. He steps away from the shot momentarily. Never gets down in two minds. Of course, he's got to win the frame first, but I could see another century in the offing.
At least Ben Wollaston's not commentating, because he was on the receiving end a couple of years ago in Saudi. Total clearances, not just centuries flying in. 4 of them in a best of 9. Ben will be getting flashbacks.
58.
Yeah, as he was doing that, Zhang, I honestly thought at one point the scoreboard was malfunctioning because he had 3 138s. That's the groove he can get into. Unstoppable.
Yeah, needs one more red here, doesn't he? And he's the group winner, and he's done it very impressively. So this is the ball. He's just checking the scores. 65 in front, 67 on. Red to middle.
66.
And with a minimum of fuss, he will have won this group, and he could still end up not losing a frame today. This still just needs a bit of attention, doesn't it? You still fancy him for it. Well, no problem. Crunched it in. Terrific. This has been excellent. Made that one slip up at the start of the frame, but wasn't punished. And, of course, that's not his problem.
$74. 80. 81.
Well, Zhang Jun knows that he's going to finish second, but I suspect he'll still, sort of almost for pride, will try and get the draw here. We'll find out, I guess, but this is outstanding from Zhang Anda. I think he was aware he would have to play better in this match, and he has done.
$88.
You could never call him flamboyant, but I'm a big fan, I must say.
And
He plays to a very high level. Another indication of just how tight the pockets are, but that was far too late to save Zhang Jun's hopes. So, top seed, top quality, and he's through. He leads 2-0. So what about the group decider over on table 2? Well, it's looking good for a Chinese player there. Long Ziwang, he needs to beat Jackson Page, and it looks as though he's going to win the first frame.
52.
On a break of 52.
$53.
The Chinese in general practice so hard. And I always had the feeling, I know you did as well, Dave, that they would come into this tournament sharp and ready to go, and that's exactly how it's panning out.
Yeah, of course, with the qualifiers earlier this month, even if they'd gone back home to China, they'd have to come back in good time, and they'd be in the academies practicing. So, yeah, it's no great surprise they're sharp, but in general, they're just the coming force, aren't they? They really are. So, a very interesting conclusion there. He's missed the pink, but won the frame. But here, we're underway, but the group has been decided already with the 2 frames Zhang has won. But Zhang Jun didn't do a Ryan Day there, did he? And just smash them up.
I must admit, I did chuckle at that last night. The old professional didn't want to stay here a minute longer than he had to.
As I say, you know, if he could still get the draw, then that's something. I get the feeling he just loves playing, so he'd like to play another 2 frames. Oh, that's beautifully cued. He must know the position in the group as well, surely, so he can maybe just relax a bit here, just try and do what would come naturally to him in practice.
Five.
Well, just about on the black, it would seem. Yeah. But of course, it was the black he missed to the opposite corner, the right corner in the last frame, that ultimately did him in this group.
12.
Got plenty to look forward to already, though. He's qualified for the Wuhan Open. He's qualified for the China Open. Got some big qualifiers coming up after this event for the ranking tournament in China that was the Xi'an Grand Prix, the British Open, the English Open.
13.
And he's making a name, a reputation for himself all the time, I think. Partly because he is a bit of a one-off as the way he plays, but he's very effective. That's the bottom line.
And we've known about his potential for quite some time, because back in 2019 he won the World Under-18 Championship when he was 13 years of age. Apparently there's some video evidence of him making a 147 in a lineup in 5 minutes when he was 11 years old.
Twenty-nine.
Still, of course, learning his trade. He originally turned pro in 2023 via the ticket received from the CBSA Tour. But I think he's going to feature as the season progresses. maybe prove a thorn in the side of a big name or two. Oh dear, look at these balls. Wonderfully open. And when they are, you couldn't wish to nominate anyone better than Zhang. So reliable in amongst them.
One.
Yeah, so he's in with a chance to end the day with the perfect set of results. 3-3-0 wins. And definitely a major contender to win the whole thing.
No.
And it's only really 3 years ago when he made a significant step forward. He got to that English Open final, led Judd Trump 7-3. Lost 9-7, but it was then a few weeks later he won the International Championship, and suddenly he was a top 16 player, got to the Players' Championship final, and he sort of come from that dreaded journeyman level, sort of 50s and 60s in the world, to, you know, an authentic top player, having for many years kind of been knocking around and getting the odd good result, but not really putting a run together. People look at him now very differently.
I know it doesn't mean much, but he goes into Group G in the second phase. Doesn't know any of his next opponents yet. The winner of the group on Table 2, either Jackson Page or Long Ziwang, will go into Group H. And they do know one of their opponents, Zhu Se, who was successful here on day one.
Well, it's a perfect chance to win, and there's no real pressure on because he's already won the group, but just got to keep his concentration up for that reason, really. He's done his work, but just looking to, as I say, complete the perfect record.
28.
Very quickly, Jackson Page dominating the second frame against Long Ziwang, so he's back on level terms at 1-1. Page, remember, needing only a draw there to advance.
29.
Got all the shots when he's in amongst them. And he's a good lateral thinker as well. Sees the break building patterns that some others might miss. One obviously awkward red, close to the right-hand side cushion. But the fact he's right-handed, a big help in that regard, if he wants to drop behind it.
Forza 3.
bridging a little hampered. That's maybe why he's not quite on the blue as he wanted to be. But the pink offered the chance to stun down for the red anyway.
Yeah, this is all now about getting on that last red on the right-hand side. And if he does, he'll be a 3-0 winner. Assuming he pots it, of course. Only really made one mistake. That was at the start of the last frame. He missed a red, but he was straight back in again. Otherwise, it's been flawless, really. Needs to run a bit, this. Yeah, the look says it all, really.
65.
Because to pot this, he's going to need all the heavy machinery.
Yeah, and he knows that these pockets are not overly generous, so he has to be very accurate.
Also, everything else is on, isn't it? So, you know, it could gift the frame to Zhang if he misses and leaves it near the pocket. So, he hasn't played the pot.
Hard as nails, eh? Hard as nails.
Maybe he's got a train booked home to Sheffield that leaves in about half an hour. Well, that's a fantastic return. So suddenly Zhang Anda, who looks certain to win 3-0, he's under it a bit here.
Right now he would love a colour or two safe, but they aren't. He would take that all day and every day. But let's not forget, Zhang is an inspirational potter at times. Look at that, like a rabbit down a hole.
Yeah, so he can just about steal this frame by 1 point and take us into a final one. And fair play to him, you know, he's not whacked the balls about, has he? You know, he doesn't need the frame for any other reason than pride, but he'd like to get the draw. Just show the fight that's in him.
Yeah, can't extend his 100% record for the season in terms of matches, but he can extend his unbeaten record, I suppose.
8.
Needs pink and black here.
This could well be a new experience for Zhang today. Yes, indeed, he's lost a frame stolen from him. Zhang Anda had the chance to pot a difficult last red. Instead, he chose to play safe. But the return of Zhang Jun was excellent, and indirectly that led to the clearance with which he trails only by 2 frames to 1. Now we saw that Jackson Page had played nicely to win the second frame against Long Ziwang on table 2. But the first really good opportunity in the third frame falls to the Chinese player, who needs to win this match. Just to reiterate, he needs to win this 3-1. A draw will not be enough. If it is a draw, Page goes on.
17.
Yeah, so it could come down to the very last frame of the group.
Also worth mentioning that if we do finish before that match, you can go to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel and see the conclusion.
$22.
I think it's interesting though, Dave, that after 3 days, all of the groups will be won by either the first or second seed.
Yeah, the rankings are pretty accurate these days. They're based on results and form, of course. Although Jun clearly on the up and up. And yeah, it was a great red he potted, and then the clearance he made look pretty straightforward as well. So it could be that he finishes in second place with 7 points. And we've seen people winning groups on 5.
Well, to be very pedantic, we saw Dylan Emery win a group with 4 points, but that was a 3-man group because Corin Wilson unfortunately had to withdraw. I mean, it's theoretically possible he could win a group with 3 points. If all the matches were drawn 2-2, it would then come down to who made the high break. Very professional from both of them, this actually.
Yeah, I think Zhang Anda, it was more, he just basically didn't want another frame in that last one. So he played safe, thinking, okay, well, hopefully this will give me another chance. Less so sort of protecting the 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. I think just the rigmarole of playing another frame, but that's what's happened. But it's been a quick fire match, this. Well, you're sort of surveying the damage. I guess it could be a bit worse, actually. Because that red to middle is awkward queuing.
Yeah, not an easy pot and no guarantee of position as well when you have to strike a ball so thinly. The cue ball can run wild.
Well, he's done well there. So, Zhang Anda in. We are just joining us. He had to win 2 frames to win the group, and he won the first 2. Could have won 3-0, so he's only lost 1 frame all day. But now it's just about trying to close this out. He'll be back on July the 14th for stage 2.
3.
And then actually the next day is the final group, so he could well be here to the very end. Remember the two final groups. The respective winners will play each other in a best-of-5 knockout final. It was that year, wasn't there, where there was still a match going on from the group stage when the final had been completed. I think it was Stuart Bingham and Ricky Walden.
Yeah, grappling for a grand, if I recall. And why not? Of course, we've had a final involving Jackson Page. A couple of years back, he lost in the title match to Ali Carter. And Page is at the table at the moment on table 2, trying to win that frame he needs to make it to the second stage this time around.
Yeah, he qualified for the Wuhan Open and the China Open, so he's come in feeling good. He's had 4 centuries this season already. He only made 9 last season, which is surprising for someone who had the 2 maximums in the World Championship the year before, but seems in good form in early season, Jackson Page.
He plays some lovely darts. He was playing darts upstairs. Great form. Plays on a Monday night, apparently, in a league team at a pretty high level. But as we're talking about him, he's just botched position on the black. Drove his knuckles into the table in disgust. Not recommended.
Well, he's decided to play on the black. And that will go on the pink spot. And that will help things.
Another indication there that these pockets will give you nothing. Okay, it fell in.
18.
But it seemed pretty accurate, and even then, it wriggled around. Just a split second of hesitation there. He wanted the cue ball to travel a little more than it did. Wanted to be straighter, much straighter on the red that's closest to the white. Yeah, again, showing patience.
Well, fair play to them, because you would think it was a decider. It actually decides nothing, really, other than the final scoreline. But pride of performance comes in.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think, are they fully cognizant of how the table sits? Because you'd never see this. Normally, it would be a bash-up.
We assume they are, because it's been one of the easier groups to work out, hasn't it? But who knows?
The 6.
Well, the 6 penalty points will be a source of mild annoyance. But where's the cue ball finish? That's the key. Zhang was not too far away there from leaving a free ball.
Well, he's played the big shot now. Will he be punished this time? 32 in front, Zhang Anda, as he returns, and Zhang Jun sits down, possibly for the last time. But I really do think, as Phil has said, we're going to see a lot of Zhang Jun this season. He's a rising star. Remember, he's only a frame away from his Crucible debut. Stan Moody made that terrific century against him at Judgment Day in the final round of qualifying for the World Championship.
White caught the jaw, so it didn't go down table as much as
7.
Zhang Anda wanted. Yeah, I don't know whether Zhang Jun has got a nickname. If he hasn't, you might have inadvertently coined one for him there, Dave. I think it fits perfectly. The big shot. Because he does take them on without fear.
I'll mention it to Rob Walker. He can add it to his long list.
Jackson Page is within a few seconds, it seems, of securing a place in the next phase. He's just potted the pink off the last red to lead in the third frame against Long Ziwang by 33 points with 27 on, so Long needs 2 snookers. Well, from big shot to bad shot.
Well, it was butchery, really, wasn't it? Let's be honest. But let's see. Zhang Anda's had a lot of chances here, you've got to be said. Now, can he actually get through to the red on the left-hand side? If not, there's one to left middle, or possibly right middle. Well, for some reason, this frame is becoming hard to win. I mean, the first 2 weren't, and they were the ones that counted, but a bit of a sigh. I think he obviously thought he'd be out the venue by now.
Listen, he seems under pressure to me. I genuinely think he might be unaware of all the permutations.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to know how the format works, and if you haven't really looked at it, maybe that's understandable. But yeah, he's not playing like a man who thinks he's already through, is he?
The refusal of the last red in the previous frame. And certainly some of the shots he's played in this one.
Well, I think he can get through to this red over the pocket. So he's 40 in front. He just needs to land on a colour, really, and you feel it's possibly match over. We'll see. Well, the blue, possibly favourite here. Quite thin, isn't it, though? It's thinner than it maybe looks here. But still, you fancy him for it.
Six. 7.
But, Phil, this could be the... as Clive Everton used to say, the killing thrust.
Yeah, the clinching moment. We missed Clive.
13.
So surely now he's going to get the frame wrapped up here. A rather surreal end in many respects to a good day. A day in which Zhang has been the star, no doubt. He had breaks of 88, 57 and 64 in beating Daniel Womersley 3-0. Highlighted a 3-0 win over Ross Muir with a break of 104. In this match, he's had breaks of 115, 95 and 65.
He was top seed, but there's no guarantees. But he played well to 2-0. He was superb. Could have won 3-0. The fact is he's going to win 3-1 and he will get the maximum 9 points.
And with perfect timing, I can tell you Jackson Page has officially taken a 2-1 lead over Long Ziwang. So Jackson Page will top that table and he will progress as well. It's been a good day for the top seeds here. Not very often you say this, Dave, in a tournament. He'll be back in 3 weeks' time.
41 frame match.
And he'll come back hoping to replicate the form he showed here today. He's a real character, is Zhang Anda. And I think he's delighted, not just with the fact he's made progress, but how he did it. OK, it was a little faltering towards the end. But to win 3 matches out of 3, never easy. And he becomes the 3rd player in this BetVictor Championship League of 2026 to negotiate the first phase with a maximum 9 points. Confirmation of what happened this evening. Zhang winning 3-0 against Ross Muir, then 3-1 against Zhang Jun. He only needed a draw, but he got the victory in the end. And you can see there Jackson Page 2-1 up on Long Ziwang. So Jackson Page has done enough, regardless of what happens in the last frame there, to go through. Zhang Anda, you can't get better than 9 points out of 9. Zhang Jun, he played well at times. Daniel Womersley, great break when he needed one to claim 3rd place. Ross Muir, who's with us in commentary tomorrow, I'm afraid he's drawn a blank. That was Group 10. Tomorrow, well, 2 more groups come into the fray. Over on table 2, some very experienced players. Dave Gilbert and Ricky Walden, their opposition, Mahmoud El Aridi, and the brand new Women's World Champion, Panchaya Chanoi of Thailand. On table 1, it is a player who could well become the greatest women's player of all time, Bai Yu Lu. She's up against Yuan Sejun. Scott Donaldson, famous for the most extraordinary fluke ever in this Championship League, and a former Championship League winner, albeit the invitation version, and Sahil Nair of Canada. So plenty to look forward to tomorrow. We hope to have your company. Remember, it's an 11 o'clock start UK time. The heat is on in Leicester, and in very hot form was Zhang Anda. Good night.